Good morning. Happy May 11th to everybody. This is an exciting day. As a matter of fact, in this day in history is this day. Today is the end of the COVID federal emergency. And that's significant to everyone. You know, COVID was the third leading cause of death in the country for a year or two, and the world is getting better. And in that regard, we have a lot of Montgomery County residents to thank for that. You know, aside from Anthony Fauci, who's a resident, we have all of NIH and their employees, all of FDA and their employees, and we thank everybody involved. But it just goes to show that history is relevant today. Every day can be historic. And with that, we can continue on. We have preliminary matters, adoption of resolutions. I think all members of the board are present. Ms. Pedowin is available online with us. I believe she was absent from these resolutions and should abstain from from voting on resolution for Shady Grove Station Preliminary Plan 1-2012-008G, Shady Grove Site Plan Amendment Number 8, 2013-022H. Grand Park Development Site Plan Amendment Number 8, 2022-004A, and 9801 Georgia Avenue Sketch Plan 2023-0020, and I'll accept a motion to approve those resolutions.
I move to approve the resolutions.
Seconded.
Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who abstain? Mitra, I think you abstain.
I abstain.
Thank you. 401. Okay. Other preliminary planners. Again, if you've tuned into this station before, you know of the chair's delight in historic preservation, and I have a proclamation today for this is a Historic Preservation Month, I guess it is. So let me just read the proclamation from my chair and make this easy. Whereas May is designated Preservation Month by the National Trust for Historic Preservation and celebrated throughout our nation, and Montgomery County is rich in history, in historic sites and cultural landmarks that fostered dialogue and reflection in our shared past, whereas the ongoing study of Montgomery County's history and identification of historically significant places expands our understanding of the breadth and the diversity of the county's past, and whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for fostering local pride and maintaining community character while enhancing livability, and whereas the Historic Preservation Commission, supported by staff of the Planning Department's Historic Preservation Office, oversees preservation of more than 2,400 historic buildings and landmarks at more than 430 historic sites in 25 historic districts in Montgomery County. And whereas the Historic Preservation Tax Credit Program supports ongoing investment in historic properties and provides incentives that stimulate investment, create jobs, and improve the local economy. And whereas the Montgomery County is home to an excellent network of historians, preservationists, advocates who dedicate time and resources to promote county landmarks for the appreciation of residents and visitors alike. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Planning Board hereby recognizes the month of May 2023 as Preservation Month and recognizes that and thanks to the monumental efforts of many organizations, local governments, community partners, and residents in our county who work selflessly to protect our shared past and enrich our future, and our county's unique and complex history is recognized and preserved. If you will come, I'll give you the proclamation. And I do note that this proclamation is framed, whereas many are not. So, thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
No photographer. We'll take the pictures later. All right, wasn't that exciting? You can sense the excitement in the room. That really was my first proclamation. 6 months without a proclamation. Excuse me? There you more history. Okay. Let's see. We have a record plat that would like approval, subdivision plat number 2/2022-1190, Kentstale Estate. Staff recommends approval. Can I hear a motion?
So move that we approve the record plat. Won't need the number again.
Okay, no need.
I'll second that.
Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 All right, 5-0, thank you very much. We have extension request, Kings Crossing preliminary plan number 1/2022-0020. This is the third extension. Staff recommends approval. Can I have a motion?
I'll move, Mr. Chair. I think it's a 2-month extension. I hope it's the last one. It's the third one. So I'll move.
So I'll second it at all of that.
Yeah, right, all of that. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 5-0. Okay, we're now on item 4, roundtable discussion by the Parks Director. Mr. Riley.
Good morning, Planning Board. I do have a few slides for you this morning, if we can get my screen projected, please. Oops, I am not on slide 1, I apologize. Let me get, oh, I gave it all away. I hope you didn't get to absorb all that. So, Mike Riley with my biweekly Park Director's Report. I have some pretty fun stuff to talk to you about this morning, and then a couple items of business. This first photo is a drone photo of Ridge Road Recreational Park. It's a park up at right where Ridge Road and 355 split off. And you're looking at a roller hockey rink that was donated to us by the Washington Capitals. A few years ago, they actually did 2 of them. They were promoting the sport of hockey, and they had a program to build these types of rinks in different communities. So they built one here and built one at Dewey Road local park near Randolph Hills. And as you know, we have a very robust park event and activation program. It's in full gear right now, and it goes through the spring, summer, and fall, where we run a series of events. Some we run with our own staff, like this one. Others we have third parties come in and lead the organization and programming of the event. I'll talk to you about one of those in a moment that's very exciting. But this particular theme was roller disco. And, you know, at one point during my tenure here, our slogan was something for everyone. We kind of abandoned it, but it really is the theme of our park activation event. And, you know, this is not something everybody's into to, you know, put your skates on and dress up for disco. But we had 400 to 500 people show up for this one event. And those numbers are very common. For example, last Thursday, I was out of town, unfortunately, and couldn't go. But we had an Acoustics and Ales in North Four Corners Park, right in Silver Spring and Four Corners. Nearly 1,000 people showed up just to listen to music, hang out with their neighbors, and eat some food out of food trucks and drink some local craft beer. So I'm going to have at one of my future park directors report, the chief who oversees park activation, Mike Coppersmith, come and run you through some of the events that have already happened and talk to you about the whole program through the summer and fall. And hopefully you'll be able to stop by at a few, and it'll be a great marketing opportunity to showcase them. This is very big and exciting news that we're very honored about. We are once again a finalist for the National Park and Recreation Association's Gold Medal Award. They give an award every year at the annual conference, and they are subdivided by population served. There's 5 categories between Class 1 and Class 5. We are in the largest category of serving populations over 4,000 residents, so we compete with cities and counties all across the country. You see the other finalists this year that we are competing against. Virginia Beach, Gwinnett County is a suburb of Atlanta, and Hillsborough County is a suburb of Tampa. So we're one of 4 in the game. We would love to win, but nonetheless, it is an honor just to be nominated. And as we are constantly bragging about, we are the only 6-time winner of this award, and we're hoping for number 7. This is a joint application, of course, for the commission. It's both Prince George's County Department of Parks and Recreation and Montgomery Parks, and we'll just stay tuned leading up to the conference, which I believe is in September or October. October. Okay. We've had a few ribbon cuttings already this spring that were very festive events where community members and our elected officials get to come out and celebrate capital projects. One was at Hillwood Manor Park in Tacoma Park, right in the middle of a residential neighborhood where we had an old playground past its life cycle, and we not only replaced the playground but did other nearby Vision Zero improvements to keep the kids safe crossing the road, and some other improvements. That was a very nice celebration, including the mayor of Tacoma Park came out and joined us at that one, and Chair Zients was also in attendance. And then a week or so later, a little bit of a bigger project, we did a park refresher in Silver Spring Intermediate Neighborhood Park, which is down by Montgomery College in South Silver Spring, and that was a complete refresher of an older park that had been a school site, obviously by the name of the park. It used to be Silver Spring Intermediate, either elementary or middle school, probably an elementary school. And that is the ribbon cutting in the lower left there. And then upcoming, and of course you are all invited and encouraged to attend these as you can. A pretty big one that's been underway for more than a decade, Gene Lynch Urban Park, right by the Transit Center in Silver Spring. It's a tiny little triangle of land, but this is one that the county is actually building for us, and then we will manage it as a public park. It's been a long time coming, named after former planning board member Gene Lynch. And then next will be a demolition of it's more of a groundbreaking than a ribbon cutting. We're going to demolish the old National Tire and Battery store that we bought in South Silver Spring that is going to become South Silver Spring Urban Park in a few years. There's a lot of people very excited about that park because South Silver Spring is one of those areas where there's a significant population that is underserved by parkland. So this is a big deal. And then one of the bigger projects we're doing right now is the complete overhaul of Hillendale Park along New Hampshire Avenue, just north of the Beltway. This is a very large local park. And this is one where we essentially determined that it needed a complete redo, so we kind of blew it up. If you were to drive by in the last several months, you would just see dirt and grading, and are completely reconstructing it. And among many other features, it's going to have a very high-end Bermuda grass athletic field once we're done that'll be irrigated and typical of the type of athletic field we're trying to provide our community going forward. So we'll make sure that those dates all get on your calendars, and we hope you can join us as you can. I won't say much about this because you were in the middle of it. You had all the kids here. You know, I really just want to thank all the staff that organized this and all the parents that brought their children in. I was a little bit distracted getting ready for an item I had to present to you that morning, so I didn't really participate much in the festivities. But I came down in the auditorium just in time to see you getting this lovely photo down here in the middle. This is something I'm really excited about. You know, Juneteenth's now a federal holiday in the U.S. that commemorates the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. And we are a sponsor now and a host of what is going to be the first Scotland Juneteenth Heritage Festival. It's a series of events across the weekend, but our big part is actually on June 19th, on Juneteenth, in Cabin John Regional Park. We're going to have a whole array of family-friendly events and expect that park to be full that day. This is in partnership with the Scotland community. If you know a little bit of the history of Scotland, they have their own church, Scotland AME Zion Church. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by flooding years ago. The county is involved, and a lot of our elected officials are involved in trying to help them rebuild their church. They have a major contributor in Mitch Rales from the Glenstone Museum, and this event in part will help with fundraising to support the Scotland community in their quest to rebuild their church. The photos here you see were of a media kickoff to begin marketing the event that was held on 4/22. You can see that there's a lot of our elected officials really strongly standing behind this, and you see the website there. There is a whole host of activities, and I just want people to really to take a look at that website to see what goes on throughout the entire weekend. I think beginning Friday all the way through Monday, there's a series of events. But we're very proud to be co-hosting this, and this is an example of where really the third party is in the lead. It's the Scotland community who is going to be doing the bulk of the work to do the organization of the events, and we are primarily the host. So I just want to give you now down to business a little bit, just an update on the operating budget. We're coming to the finish line. The council will have what they call reconciliation next week. They did the budget very differently this year than they have done in past years. In a normal year, when you get to reconciliation, it would be mostly the difference between talking of, for us, what the county executive allocated to us and what we asked for. This year is different. The council president said, no, we're going to look back at the adopted 23 budget, and anything that's an increase over the adopted 23 budget has to be put on the table to compete. So that's what we've kind of gone through. They did take some cuts out of our budget that we offered. Those are givens at this point, that we increased our personnel lapse up to 10% in anticipation that we will continue to have a significant number of vacancies through FY24. And then they also, we voluntarily gave up some money we had put in for increased compensation because the study that actually reclassifies staff into their new grades and occasionally gives them a bump in salary continues to lag a little bit behind schedule, so we took that money out of our budget. The good news is that they have already agreed will be in our budget allocation for '24 is any increases in compensation and debt service. That action alone gives us a better budget than what the county executive had allocated to us, because that number did not even cover our compensation. And then what's still at stake and on the table is items that they put on the reconciliation list in either high priority or priority buckets. What we're being told right now, based on the projections of available revenue and what's on the list, is that is likely only items in high priority categories will be funded, and likely not all of those will be funded. So we're happy that the majority of our items are in the high priority category, and I'll just go through them very quickly. Contractual obligations, that is our increase in inflation to meet all of our ongoing contractual obligations. Maintenance agreements, similar thing. Utility and communications, operating budget impact of the new parks, and then just a small portion of our program enhancements that we submitted in our budget. And I don't know what's going to happen, obviously. I know what I'm hearing from individual council members, that they really value and want to support our parks, but they're going to have some tough decisions at the end of the day. And as you know, the really big money and what they have to do is dealing with the school system. That's the big chunk of money that I try. My message is this is a relatively small amount of money in a $6 billion budget, and if they can fund it, I promise I'll come back to them in each semi-annual report and be able to report exactly the progress of how I've used this money to move the Parks Department forward. Lastly, Little Falls Parkway, you know that project well. You just voted on it, approving the staff recommendation. When we were at the county council last week, the district council member for this area, Council Member Friedson, our council vice president, Friedson, got a motion approved in the terms of the capital improvements. I won't read this to you, but basically what it says is that now the future of Little Falls Parkway will be determined subject to future county council review. So typically, when we came to you, the planning board had the authority to make the decision it made, but now because it is considered a budgetary action and under the purview of the county council, they will have public hearing and make a determination at some point in the future about what we will do with Little Falls Parkway. And that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. A great presentation, and I thank everybody who worked with Bring Your Daughter or Son to Work Day. It was a very exciting event here, and from what I heard, everybody who participated came back. So this is a very good thing, 95% doesn't do well when you're dealing with people's kids. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to commend you on the maintenance and upkeep of the parks. I visit the parks weekly. This past weekend, I attended a park with my son at a baseball event. I think it's called Latonia Park. It's a beautiful facility. I'm hopeful that the facility on New Hampshire Avenue, which I drive by going to visit the University of Maryland often, in the White Oak area, is just as beautiful as that park. I look forward to it. I would like to have more information about the park speaker series that begins on May 31, and also the Juneteenth celebration at Scotland. I have friends that I've attended the University of Maryland with that were part of that community, and they'd often share with me the heritage and history of that community. So it's an event of great interest to me. So thanks for your work.
Will do.
I appreciate all your work. Congratulations on being a finalist. That is terrific. I just want to congratulate the department on being a finalist for another National Gold Medal. That is an achievement in and of itself, even if we don't get the award. And I want to communicate to the grantors of that award that we do have the space for that award on the wall. We don't have to expand the building yet. So we're ready for it. Okay, with that, thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. It's May 11th, 2023, in the Montgomery County Planning Board. We are on item 5, Heritage Potomac Preliminary Plan Number 1, 2023-0070. And there isn't a separate forest conservation number. We have one speaker for this, so I'll allow staff presentation first. The speaker will go next, and then we'll have the applicant come up and say what they wish. Mr. Penn, please proceed.
Good morning. For the record, Josh Penn with the Up-County Planning Division. Today we have Heritage Potomac Preliminary Plan number 1/2023-0070. So an overview is this a request to create one lot for a residential care facility over 16 persons under the zoning code. The use was previously approved by the hearing examiner under conditional use 2022-01 Heritage Gardens, which was renamed to Heritage Potomac. So both of those are correct titles. We are located in Potomac, north of South Glen Road, west of Falls Road. You can see the zoning map on the left here, RE2 zoned. And on the right, you can see the aerial of the surrounding area. The site description is parcels 950, 896, and parcel B on tax map FQ31. It is 30.6 acres inside. It was only improved previously as the 4th Presbyterian School. You can see the cluster of school buildings here and here. It has approximately 11.59 acres of forest inside. There are some streams and wetlands, and it is zoned RE2. We do have a prior approval here, which is the conditional use, which approved the residential care facility, which included duplex, triplex, and the multifamily unit at the end. You can kind of see the layout of the design here with the triplexes and duplexes at the front, and at the very rear of the property was what they call the lodge or the multi-unit family. You can see the duplex on the top here and a illustrative of the lodge on the bottom. Today we are here for creation of a lot for serve the use. It is a 30.6 acre lot for a residential care facility. It was approved for 63 independent living units, 44 cottages, and 19 units in the lodge, with 105 beds in the lodge for assisted living and memory care. There is a loop drive of network and sidewalks inside the facility. There is a public water and sewer. There's right-of-way dedication along South Glen Road frontage, and there also is a condition of approval for an 8-foot wide concrete side path along the frontage along South Glen Road here. Community outreach, it was signed, it was posted. We met all the pre-submittal meeting requirements, sign posting, application, public hearing notice, and the staff reported was published online. As of the date of this, we had not received any testimony on the preliminary plan or the forest conservation plan. There was previous comments that were part of the conditional use, but that was included as part of your conditional use approval. That was in the packet as one of the attachments. It is in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. There is no site-specific recommendations. However, the master plan does encourage senior housing in Potomac with a note that there is a shortage of senior housing in the region. With that being said, there is another recommendation on fold-out map F of the master plan, which is a little scene map that was an attachment into all of these. You can see it on your right here. The site is kind of in that red circle, and you'll see a little pink bow tie shaped thing. That is the forest in question. It's very tiny, but it is right here. I just wanted to kind of give you that is on the map and shown. It is in the map said this 9.17 acres of forest on the back of the site should be retained. The applicant is preserving 8.19 acres and providing additional planting back up in the area that needed a grade above and beyond the forest conservation requirements to help achieve that master plan requirement. Forest conservation, a final forest conservation plan was submitted. The preliminary plan went with the conditional use and was approved at that time. It is 30.6 acres. They are clearing 2.81 acres and saving 8.7 acres. No additional forest conservation requirement was required per the worksheet. Like I said, they are doing some planting on site to offset master plan conformance issues. All the variance trees impacts were improved as part of the preliminary forest conservation plan, so there is no new variance required as part of this application. public facilities. It did undergo the LATR. It was reviewed under the 2020-2024 growth and infrastructure policy. Did not need the traffic exemption statement was there. Did not generate more than 50 net new peak hour trips, and exempt from the LATR requirements. Other public facilities are there: vehicular access, site distance, pedestrian bicycle access, fire access, water supply, public water and septic, disposal system, electric telecommunications, police, and health were all reviewed as part of this application. It does conform with the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. All public facilities are there. It does comply with the subdivision regulations. The lot size is appropriate for the use. It complies with Chapter 22A and Chapter 19 and meets all the applicable development standards of the RE2 zone and complies with the conditions of the conditional use 2022-03 that was approved by the hearing examiner. Staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan and the final forest conservation plan, which in this case have the same number, which is 1/2023-0070. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. We'll now hear from Ms. Lee from the West Montgomery Citizens Association. You
Yes.
have 8 minutes.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Susan Lee. I'm the president-elect of the West Montgomery County Citizens Association. West Montgomery is an umbrella citizens association with boundaries that stretch from the Beltway to the Ag Reserve, from the C&O Canal to the Serpentine Barrens. Our focus is on protecting the rich environmental resources of the area and encouraging good governance, planning, and zoning that's consonant with the needs of the community. We participated before the board and OZA on Heritage Gardens, now Heritage Potomac's, conditional use application. Today, I just want to focus on what's before you now, a request not just for the single lot, but also approval of a new preliminary plan, and 3 particular issues. The record indicates the applicant will or already has made changes to the plan that are substantial enough to require approval of an amendment by OZA. There's a confusing discussion on page 10 of the staff report. If the plan in front of you has the proposed changes, you don't have the authority to approve it because it's inconsistent with the approved conditional use. If it doesn't, and they are making changes in the future after approval by OZA, then it's premature, and they should come back to you after the changes have been approved. In any case, you should defer any actions today. 2, the staff appears to be recommending that you make the same mistake that was rejected by the hearing examiner regarding the trigger for traffic studies. Trying not to get too much into the weeds here, it has to do with the phrase existing trips and whether the trips generated of a school that had closed years before could be considered existing. The staff and thus the board said they could be, and it was a longstanding practice and was done to accommodate, to help to support the development community. The hearing examiner rightly rejected this interpretation. I've submitted his decision to the board. You should have a copy of it. It's a good read, plain vanilla, Administrative Law 101, and it should be followed. However, looking at the applicant's current submission and the staff report, it appears that they are once again using the old school numbers as existing trips in absolute contradiction to the hearing examiner decision. This is really discouraging to us. Either they are clueless and don't know about the decision, which seems impossible, or they're arrogantly ignoring it and not telling you, which is unconscionable. The third issue is the calculation of the height of the duplexes and triplexes, sometimes referred to as cottages. On page 12, the staff report says the limit will be 50 in the preliminary plan, but it's undisputed that the zoning code states and the hearing examiner ruled that the limit is 40 feet. If the plan is proposing 50, it has to be rejected. And of concern is a statement in the applicant's justification at page 11 that discusses the average median height of all the buildings will not exceed 40. If that is the way they're interpreting the limit, they are dead wrong. The hearing examiner was very concerned about heights, and the limit of all the duplexes and triplexes is 40, not some shorter and some taller. In a broader context, going forward, there is a desperate need for this board to consider and establish through a public process a clear statement as to what the law is in Montgomery County regarding certain issues under the Planning Board's jurisdiction. All of these issues were present in the Heritage Potomac, and they are present in almost all of the cases that we have been involved in. As you begin a new era here at the Planning Board, It's critical that these be examined and clarified, and that it be done through a public process where everyone's allowed to come in, discuss these issues, which, in fact, they're presented by all jurisdictions throughout the state and involve interesting issues of legislation, statutory interpretation. They should be done through a comprehensive public process and not as they have been, especially in the last several years, through a case-by-case hazard process on a case-by-case process that is not clear to the public. The four that we are particularly concerned about: one, given the zoning code provisions in Montgomery County, are master plans advisory or controlling? Number two, are the environmental guidelines that are based on local, state, and national statutes and regulations and are now incorporated by reference in the Forest Conservation Statute binding on the Planning Board? Under what circumstances, if any, can the Planning Board waive them, and what public process is required to do so? Number three, as applied, are the variance standards regarding the destruction of statutorily protected specimen trees consistent with the current state statute, regulations, and case law? Just last night at our May meeting, our delegation to Annapolis discussed in detail the new forest legislation and cited the fact that Montgomery County was either the worst or the second worst county for tree canopy loss in the state. Fourth, when the Planning Board lacks expertise, such as they have repeatedly stated in cases involving wetlands, should those duties revert to the state? Forest conservation compliance staff, for example, forest conservation compliance staff, when there's a wetlands issue, they call in the state people that are assigned to Montgomery County. It's a complex area of the law. But we here in Maryland are experts. We have lots of wetlands, we have lots of statutes and regulations, and we have lots of expertise at the state level. If, as they have repeatedly said in hearings, they have no expertise on the staff, then perhaps that whole concept, that those areas that are now delegated to the Planning Board should in fact revert back to the state so they can be administered correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll let the applicant speak, and then if we have questions, we'll ask them. If the applicant would like to come up and speak, thank you for your testimony.
And just to clarify, I hope you all got a copy of the decision by the hearing examiner with regard to this trip. Thank you.
We do.
Morning.
Good morning.
Pat Harris with Lurch, Early and Brewer, here on behalf of the applicant. With me is Ken Wormold of the Wormold Companies, the applicant, Daniel Park of Soltez Engineering, and then virtually we have two other team members, Chris Cabot of Wells and Associates, and then Timothy Hoffman, who's also with Soltez. So first, I want to thank staff. This project has been very long in the making, and they've been supportive since day one. Believe it or not, it has been more than 4 years since the conception of this project. We're happy to be able to bring this residential care facility to Potomac, which consists of independent living units and supportive assisted living. There's very few independent living units in Potomac. And this project provides a unique combination of both the cottage units and the lodge units. We accept all of the staff conditions. I will make one note, and then I'll address Ms. Lee's comments. The one note is the hearing examiner report approved a total of 29 units, independent living units in the lodge. When we started this preliminary plan process, we thought there were going to be 19 units. In fact, through further design, we determined that the number's 20, not 19. It's not a condition of approval, but I just wanted to note for the record that the applicant's proposing 20, not 19 in the lodge of independent living units. In terms of the comments that Ms. Lee provided, I'll start with the easy one first, and that had to do with the height of the cottage units. In fact, we noted on page 12 that there was an error, and we brought it to staff's attention, and we said that 50 feet is supposed to be 40 feet. So I don't think there's any issue there. Second of all, in terms of the trigger for the LATR. There was disagreement during the conditional use process, frankly, between planning board staff and the hearing examiner in terms of how do you calculate when an LATR needs to occur. Staff informed the hearing examiner of their opinion and experience over the many, many years that you do take into account the trips associated with the prior use. The hearing examiner determined on his own that he was going to disregard that guidance and practice, and he told the applicant that, in my opinion, you need to do an LATR. So we did an LATR for the conditional use. So in fact, one has already been done anyway. But when we got to the preliminary plan stage, staff determined that no, an LATR did not need to be packaged with the preliminary plan, given their interpretation of the LATR guidelines. So we did not do an LATR. But in any event, one was done, and as the conditional use determination shows, there's not an issue with traffic anyway. So I don't think there's an issue there. And staff may want to elaborate on that. And then the final issue was, what was the final?
State trees? Trees in the wetland area?
So that question in terms of the trees was asked and answered during the hearing examiner process. As indicated, this project actually doesn't even trigger a forest conservation easement requirement because so few trees are being removed, which is somewhat unusual. And nonetheless, as staff indicated, the applicant is further compensating by providing additional protection and also replanting portions of the site. I mean, when we started this project from day one of the tenets of the design was preservation of the environment. Bless you. And that's reflected in a couple of things. I mean, the overall lot occupancy here, although 25% is allowed, we're only at 13%, and the density is extremely low. So, you know, one of the goals was to preserve the existing tree stands, respect the stream valley buffers on the property, and I think we've done a good job of doing that, and certainly the hearing examiner determined that. So with that, we do have our landscape architect who's here. If there are additional questions about the trees, he'd be happy to answer them, and we're happy to answer any questions.
The other thing that was raised was that there's a change that would require a
Oh, I'm
change to
sorry,
the
yes.
conditional
Okay,
use.
so when we went through the conditional use process, you know, that's the very first step of the process, and the lodge had not been further designed. The minor changes to the lodge, and I'll go through those, and I also actually, if you want to see a visual, I have a visual, but they're minor. They don't affect the preliminary plan determination about approval of one record lot. They are things such as, and some of these should make Ms. Lee happy, a reduction in the impervious area by about 1,000 square feet. We limited the vehicle access in the lodge area from 3, we reduced it to 1. We shifted them somewhat. We added more green area around the lodge in the front. There was a slight change to the outline of the building, minor change to the loading areas. So our intent is, we had asked staff, and they said, well, it's better just to make sure that the preliminary plan shows those things, though again, it doesn't go to the basic preliminary plan requirement of we're creating one record lot here. But then our intention is to make sure that we will go back to the hearing examiner and outline these very minor changes so that everything shows exactly identically.
Thank you. And staff confirms the 40 feet will be reflected in the condition.
Correct. The data table on page 12 was wrong. It said 50. It should have said 40.
That's a nice catch. Just because we're doing the pedestrian plan later today, are there sidewalks here that are being required?
I can,
You're off.
Sorry. For the record, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. So as a condition of this plan, we are requesting that the applicant construct an 8-foot side path along the frontage of the site. So the subject property is about, say, 10 or 15 minutes from the nearest bus line, the T2, which runs down Falls Road, about a quarter mile or so. The T2 takes you down to Potomac Village Shopping Center. So typically, there are certain exemptions for properties if they're on a rustic road, if they're a single-family property within a rural zone, which this is not. If it's on a neighborhood street, which this is not, South Glen Road is a country road, so there are no current exemptions for this property. So there are, to be completely transparent, there are fee and lieu options, which the board can make that determination, but as staff, we typically try to look away from fee and lieu because there aren't any exemptions for this site. We want to make sure that pedestrian circulation is accurate. Obviously, we want people to be safe, but if we don't ask for these frontage improvements now, it's possible that we may not be able to ask for them in the future, and it'd be a lot more difficult, but not completely out of the realm of possibility to, in retrospect, to ask for these later. So it's better to do it now than to worry about it in the future.
I understand the major public road sidewalk. How about between units?
Internally, yes. The applicant is proposing 5-foot sidewalks. Originally, there was a sidewalk that ended. It didn't go all the way to the property's frontage on South Glen. So the applicant is also proposing to extend that to the 8-foot side path.
If I may I make
Sure.
a clarification, please? So the condition, it's condition number 12, does say to ensure construction, and there was some discussion with, now I'm talking about the frontage sidewalk, because there is, and in fact, we further revised the plan to make sure that there was a very healthy network of internal sidewalks. But the condition number 12 does say ensure construction, meaning that there's the possibility that DOT may allow for a fee in lieu. And we've made the case all along that our concern about constructing just the frontage sidewalk is threefold. One is the closest sidewalk is about a mile away, so you're creating a sidewalk that connects nowhere. You have a senior population who we don't necessarily want to encourage to walk along a frontage, which then ends. And then, third of all, because there are no sidewalks planned for South Glen, you would create a situation where this project really would stick out like a sore thumb with a sidewalk along its limited frontage. And one of the conditions of the conditional, or one of the requirements of conditional use is compatibility. It's very much out of context. In fact, in discussions with the neighbors, they said, yeah, unless there's sidewalks everywhere on South Glen, why would you put that in that sidewalk along the frontage? So the only point I want to make is that we are further going to have that further discussion with DOT and see what they're comfortable with.
Okay. The one other confirmation was on the LATR that was done for the conditional use. Were you satisfied that even if it was applicable, it wouldn't require any changes to the road network?
Do you mean the actual trips that would be generated by the site, or is this about the frontage improvements?
We heard testimony that there was an LATR that went back and said all of these are additional trips, and that was that still showed satisfactory conditions. Is that true?
Yes, so typically with LATR, if a site is projected to incur 50 or more peak hour person trips, then the applicant is required to do a TIS, which is a transportation impact study. For this, regardless of whether or not the site will actually incur those 50 trips, you still have to do a LATR trip generation table, which the applicant provided. So it was determined that they would be well below the 50-person peak hour threshold. I believe it was 30 a.m. peak hour trips and then 18 peak hour trips, p.m. peak hour trips.
And I'll just say, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in, Patrick Butler. So yes, at the time of the conditional use, we did not believe that the extra measure was required. The hearings examiner disagreed. We performed the test anyway and did the analysis, provided that to the hearings examiner, which they then approved the conditional use, agreeing that the additional requirements, improvements were not necessary. So they took an extra measure. There was a disagreement, but the hearings examiner makes the final decision on the conditional use. So we complied and performed the study.
Understood. Commissioners, Any questions from the board? Commissioner Bartlett?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Lee, for your presentation. I appreciate the information that you provided, and the organization's voice that you represent is really important. One of the things I do note is that there was no other local community opposition to this site development. When I first looked at this proposal, I had anticipated seeing some community resistance to it, but I don't see any local community resistance to it. And then second, you pointed out some inconsistencies with regards to the process, but the hearing examiner seems to have vetted those concerns and resolved them. This is a community that's going to serve a growing population in our community, which is the elderly. So I'm having a tough time seeing the opposition to it from your organization when no local citizens in the proximity objected to it.
Could I speak to that? Because they're not, in fact, if you look at if you look at and see who participated, and in fact, if you just pull up a copy of the planning board, of the hearing examiner's decision, there's an entire organization called the Greater South Glen Neighborhood Association, and I spoke with their president yesterday. He can't be here today. But they appeared, there were hours and hours of testimony in opposition. Hundreds of people submitted letters in opposition, and those are all in the record before. They're not here today because we consider this to be sort of a basic sort of administrative procedure. We know we lost below, but there is absolutely adamant opposition. And also I wanted to point out that we are not opposed to senior living and proposals for that. And in fact, I'm sure that some of the economists for those facilities have done their math, and Potomac is like a sweet spot. If you want to have a lot of older people and a lot of high incomes, that's where so we've got Brandywine, we've got Artis Senior Living, we've got Spectrum, which was approved within the last couple of years on the old Binky site, which used to be a plant store. And we did not oppose that. We worked with the citizens that were around there to make it more compatible. It's where it should be. It's right on the road. It's near the village. People can walk with their walkers or whatever. We had so many issues with this site, and I know we can't get into that discussion, but this is one, and we were particularly interested because the site is 30 acres. 10 of that acres is forest, so porous that it was so significant, it's listed in that fold-out map F under the master plan for preservation. And we thought, if they're going to go forward with that lodge, why in the world are they going to be allowed to put it in the middle of that forest? And so we argued vigorously that the lodge should be pulled out of there. That should be the area of least development. So those are all issues that we brought up, and the citizens there gave so much time and effort. They hired attorneys to oppose it. I just wanted to make that clear.
The fundamental decision of the use here was by the hearing examiner on the conditional use, so that most of the opposition occurred to the use.
If I may add just a little color on that, a couple things. One is Ms. Lee's correct that it was very well vetted at the hearing examiner stage, and there was a lot of concern by the neighbors. I did receive a call from the lawyer representing the neighbors right after the hearing examiner decision came out, and he said to me, we're not going to further oppose this. And then we nonetheless still reached out individually to a couple of the neighbors and said, look, we want to have a line of communication. This was before our pre-civic meeting. If there's any, to keep that line of communication open, some of them attended our pre-civic meeting, and then we reached out afterwards, say any follow-up. So we have not heard anything from any of the neighbors, despite our attempts to say we want to keep the lines of communication open.
Thank you. Commissioner Pettowing?
I just heard a few questions that was raised in Ms. Lee testimony. some of them were process and some of them were specific to this project. We heard from Ms. Pat Harris about those. I want to make sure that the planning staff have an opportunity to respond to any of those questions that were raised, if they would.
Specifically, I'm not sure what Commissioner Pedawim is speaking of in terms of that. We let the applicant speak, we let the public speak. Staff is here to present the case. We feel that we reviewed all the information at both the conditional use stage and at the preliminary plan stage and all the applicable treatments thereof, wetlands, streams, forest. All of that was vetted through both the preliminary forest conservation plan, including the variance trees at the time of the preliminary plan, which I believe was during a previous board. So I apologize that you don't have the history on that. So there was quite a bit of a process involved. Staff is happy with the process, and it is worked out the way it should be. We take testimony input from both sides, and we present it to you all.
If I may help you out a little bit, there were a number of things that were raised that were generic policies. Number one, how do we calculate 50 trips? And if you wanted to respond to that, and then how do we treat wetland trees, and whether we should turn that over to the state, if you'd respond to those.
Well, wetlands in general.
And there was one also in regard to master planning. That was one of her questions, requirements, if they're required or not. So I think it would be good if you clarify those for Ms. Lee.
Thank you.
So yeah, specifically, I'll leave the LATR and trips to Brett here for a second, but I will talk about wetlands. We did a full NRI FSD, which is a natural resource inventory, forest and delineation for the property. We mapped all the wetlands, we did all those stream value buffers, we showed where the streams are. Staff does evaluate it. In the Montgomery County, we have a wonderful approach. We have a state or we have a federal level, we have a state level, and then we have a dual county level where we have both DEP and park and planning involved in the wetlands. And staff believes that the environmental features have been adequately protected and meet all the regulatory concerns of both the county, the state, and the federal levels.
Thank you.
And then the question about how LATR trips are generated. So typically, the existing use is, the proposed use is taken, and then the existing use is subtracted from the proposed use. So because it was a private school, I believe the trips were around 95 or so, I believe 95 students, I'm sorry. So that was determined to actually calculate the new person trip. So that's how the applicant came out with the 30 a.m. peak hour trips, and then the 18 p.m. peak hour trips.
But just that it's a longstanding policy to take a use even though the use hasn't been there for 5 years?
Yes, yeah, that's a part of the LATR and the GIP guidelines.
Is there any date from which you would not consider prior trips? If I had a historic mill that was in operation 100 years ago, would you calculate the trips from the mill and subtract it from the new development?
Probably not. I'd have to go back and look at the way the LATR actually sets a timeline, but it probably within the last 5 or 10 years or so. Probably 5 is probably the most recent.
Okay, I'll leave that to the next board to decide that one out. Any other questions from commissioners? Nothing. Mitra, Commissioner Pedawin, are you okay?
Yes, and I really appreciate. Thanks for the responses.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
All right, move that we approve the Heritage Potomac preliminary plan, number 1, 2023-0070, with the conditions.
And the
forest
corollary
conservation.
forest conservation.
And the forest conservation plan also included.
Okay, any other discussion? No other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Oh, what? Oh, I'm
Someone
sorry.
had to second it.
Oh,
I
yeah, I'm
second
sorry.
it.
I'm
I
sorry.
second it.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second now. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? All those abstained?
I shall abstain.
401. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your testimony as well. You can see it engendered significant discussion and got the staff report corrected too. So you accomplished some major goals. Thank you very much. We now have to wait for the next session. Good morning. It's still May 11th, 2023. It's a beautiful day in downtown Wheaton. We invite you all to come down. But we are on item 9, Bill to update Chapter 49 for changes to the Rustic Road Advisory Committee. If, with staff's permission, I'll take this for the 2 seconds, and that is, when we did the Rustic Road Master Plan as the board, we recommended a change to the composition of the Rustic Road Advisory Committee, which takes a bill to accomplish. What we have before us for introduction to the council, if we approve it, is the bill to accomplish what we said should be accomplished, which is to change the makeup of the Rustic Roads Committee. I think that is all that needs to be said unless the commissioners want to talk more.
I believe we have presenters, and I'd like to definitely hear from them with regards to the change of the composition of the Rustic Roads Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Jamie Pratt from Up County Planning, and with me is Roberto Duke. We were the co-leads on the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan update. Patrick Butler and Don Ziegler are also here in support of this presentation. This is almost a formality, if you will. There's recommendations number 28 and 29 in the master plan that would require Chapter 49, which is streets and roads, that part of the county code, to be updated to implement. So after we introduced the plan to county council, the council staff said, could you please introduce a bill that would implement the recommendations? And so that's all this is. There's no changes in the bill from what the master plan already recommends, and we can't change the master plan at this point anyway because it's already gone to the county council. So the 2 changes here are to the composition of the committee, and then there's a clarification of their duties, which are already enumerated in other parts of the county code and the executive regulations, but they weren't in the part of the county code that defines the duties of the Rustic Roads Committee. So we're just trying to bring everything into alignment for that recommendation. So right now there are 7 members of the committee, and they have a fairly high workload at times because of reviewing driveway applications on rustic roads, development plans on rustic roads, improvements to rustic roads. They take their responsibilities very seriously at protecting these important features in the county. Sometimes they struggle to get enough people to go to each thing that they're trying to get to, so they would like to have 2 more members, but at the same time, the current criteria for selecting members is very narrow, and so we are expanding it by 2 members, but 3 of the members will now be at-large members to be selected from a much larger pool of candidates. Now, the county executive is the one that appoints the members, and they're confirmed by the county council. So the changes are, we're still going to have 3 farmer members who earn 50% or more of their income from farming, but now there's going to be 1 additional member that is a representative of the Ag Advisory Committee. This was already one of the 3 farmer members in the old code, but now it's going to be a specific separate member that has been recommended by that committee itself, because members of that committee were dissatisfied with the way that nominating process had been going. We left the rural preservation technique expert and roadway engineer expert as members, and then we added these 3 at-large members who can be anyone that uses rustic roads and has an interest in them. And we're hoping by saying this that the county executive will be able to find a much more diverse group of people to serve on the committee. As far as the duties are concerned, those are defined in Chapter 49 as well. There's currently 4 of them listed. We identified a number of other duties that are in other parts of the code, such as subdivision of land, and as well as the executive regulations that implement the Rustic Roads Committee's duties and the program. So we have added 3 of these things that are already in the code to their list of duties. So I know I flew through a lot of stuff, said a lot of words pretty fast. So it's a fairly straightforward bill to just implement what the recommendations in the plan already say. But I can answer any questions.
I would say one thing to the board is the council is working through the rustic road, working through the master plan. If they have changes to our recommendation, it will change how this bill ultimately goes forward. We will then have the opportunity to comment on the bill. You will have the opportunity. Somebody else in this seat will have the opportunity to comment on what goes forward. But just so you know, this is the first shot just to get it in process.
Yeah. So if there are changes to what we're suggesting, it'll come back to us to comment on the bill if there's anything to update
Correct.
to recommendation 2020. Okay.
Right.
No problem.
I do have some comments I'd like to make with regards to the composition of it. I have friends in the farming community, especially in northern Montgomery County, and when I say friends, I enjoy the outdoors with them. I dine with them and I fellowship with them on holidays. And my concern with regards to the rustic roads is that the composition is not going to be reflective of the people who utilize those roads and who live in close proximity to those roads. And I think that only having 3 farmers on the committee is not in the best interest. I think the majority of the members should be farmers, and that there should be a proximity requirement. And when I say proximity requirement, it is, community members that actually use the roads and community members that live in areas that are quote unquote rustic, and that they have an interest in maintaining the rustic nature of the roads and the rustic nature of the communities. I know there's a big push to buy farmland, abandon the farmland, and build large developments. And when these developments are going in, the roads remain rustic. Can you maintain a rustic road that serves the community and preserves the nature of the road in the community in which it serves? And so the composition of this committee is important so that the nature of the community remains the same, and so that the roads can remain rustic. It's kind of tricky, but when we look back at last week's Clarksville development with regards to the proximity to the Clarksville outlet, and I know because I did a rustic ride tour like 3 or 4 years ago before the pandemic, and then I looked and saw the proximity of this new development and the abandonment of farming land. It's important that the composition of this committee is one that seeks to preserve the communities that enable the roads to be rustic. So that's my input.
Okay. Anybody else? No, seeing none, I'll,
Well, I do want to just, I'm sorry to interrupt, but typically a bill would come back to this body after it's introduced in council. So there is a part of this recommendation that says if they don't change anything, you guys don't want to see it again. We don't have to do that, but it's just, you've already discussed it today. Would you want to see it again if it didn't change substantially or substantively? So.
just because it will be a new board, you should bring it back.
Okay, so
when-
we'll scratch the second recommendation here. and then-
Either way, bring it back.
And it's likely that there'll be some tweaking of the language at council, so
Right.
it won't surprise me to have to bring it back anyway.
Anybody else? I'll entertain a motion.
All right, move that we approve the transmittal of the bill to the county council, and we'll skip the waive the.
And I second that.
Okay. Commissioner Panero, you have your light on? Do you?
Oh, I was just gonna vote.
Oh, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? No? We got 5-0. Right? Okay. Okay. Excellent. I didn't expect that. That's all. All right. Now. Good. All right. It's still the morning of May 11th, an exciting day here. We are on item 9. Item 8. Believe it or not, I'm getting ahead of or behind myself since we did item 9. Pedestrian Master Plan Work Session number 3. We do have a staff memo that has us reviewing some of the things we did at last session, as well as proceeding to things that we have not seen before. I'm missing one commissioner, but I think we'll proceed to proceed.
Great. Thank you, Chair Science. For the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. And just wanted to give a really quick intro. Obviously, this is our third work session. We do have one more on the calendar in 2 weeks, but our hope really is that today we'll get through the remainder of all of the comments that were received through public testimony and give you all an opportunity to just open up any other part of the plan and raise any questions or concerns that you might have that you want to discuss. And that will come back in 2 weeks really with, here's a kind of a compilation of all the changes that you've requested, and just want to make sure that we get your sign off on those before we wrap it up and transmit it to the council. So with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
I want to compliment the opening slide photo. I know exactly where that is. It's the intersection of Georgia and Connecticut. And it is a great photo to use because this is an intersection that needs work. It is. Do you guys recognize that photo?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, Home Depot. And where the 24-hour laundromat was, there used to be a Honda motorcycle dealership there.
Yes.
So yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. My name, for the record, is Eli Glazier. I'm the project manager for the Pedestrian Master Plan. And today, our goal, just the roadmap, the topics we've discussed so far, the topics we intend to discuss. We'll go through the recommended changes by plan section, and then, as Mr. Sartori said, there's sort of this open-ended piece at the end where if there are any questions or comments or thoughts that you have on other recommendations that there wasn't public testimony about, we can discuss those at that time. So the schedule, on April 13th, we covered the more general information. April 27th, we started diving into the recommendations, all the way up through recommendation P8, which was about enforcement. Today, the goal is to start with recommendation P9, go through the rest of the recommendations into the implementation section, monitoring the rest of the plan, the requested revisions that the board has asked for in prior work sessions, and then, like I said, any additional discussion topics. In the staff report and in the presentation today, underlines represent additions to the text, double underlines represent planning board recommended additions to the amended text. Brackets are deletions from the text, and double brackets are planning board deletions from the amended text. So jumping right in, this is a new recommendation, P9, the comment essentially is to reduce automobile speed limits comprehensively to ensure pedestrian safety. Staff agrees. This is something that has been a legislative effort at the state level and at the local level for several years now. So the recommendation would be to add P9, which is to comprehensively lower speed limits with sort of related description. And then there are additional sort of key actions within that. One, to support state legislation to allow jurisdiction-wide speed limit reductions. And then B, to ensure that the speed limits and observed speeds along county roads are in line with the target speeds that are identified in the Complete Streets Design Guide. So
It's okay. I see no lights up here. Continue on.
Okay, thank you. The next set of recommendations is the expand access recommendations. A major focus of the pedestrian master plan was accessibility and improving access for people with disabilities. We met with many different accessibility and disability groups across the county, and one of the main comments that sort of came to the top in these conversations with these groups is the importance of mitigating and eliminating conflicts between bicyclists and people using wheelchairs and other mobility devices. So the main crux of that conflict is often at what are called floating bus stops, which are these bus stops where there's the sidewalk and then a separated bike lane and the bus stop itself. So the comment from the National Capital Area chapter of the American Council for the Blind of Maryland was that these need to be designed safely. Staff absolutely agrees. And I think fortunately, we have there are great staff within the Montgomery County Department of Transportation who have really demonstrated a commitment to working closely with these disability groups to make sure that the bus stops that we're designing are not only the best in the region, but really the best in the country when it comes to mitigating these conflicts. So planning staff feels very confident in the continued collaboration that MCDOT will have with the disability community on making these as safe as they can be.
And no changes?
No
to the
changes
plan are
requested.
required?
Just, I think it was important to raise this issue that
Okay.
we've seriously considered this. Key action EA1A is about brick sidewalks. Given the maintenance and safety issues for these sidewalks, these should not be recommended materials for future community design standards. I think staff agree, well, and then the second comment was that maintaining these sidewalks are not MCDOT's responsibility, it's the responsibility of the urban districts. So staff agrees with the comments with modifications. I think the only change that we've recommended making is removing MCDOT as a lead and adding urban districts as the lead. If any board members have anything they want to add about brick sidewalks.
I am an old timer. I dealt with brick sidewalks going back to Silver Spring in 1975 and all of those fine things that it caused. I would just say brick sidewalks should not be recommended as the base paving material. You know, you want to edge them with brick, fine. But as a basic material, I would recommend that we have in the plan a prohibition on future brick sidewalks.
I would agree with that. I also think that there's an issue with, in some areas where you have trees that are planted, they tend to lift some of that brick, creates a hazard. I don't know whether, it depends on what kind of tree you plant, but, it's got to be the trees that their roots go in, doesn't extend into the brick. But I've seen it in some areas where, you're walking and all of a sudden the brick starts lifting. But anyway, you're laughing.
Me too. No, it's true. Ms. Pedalwin, you have something, Commissioner?
Yeah, I think that in my opinion, because we had this challenge when we were designing the sidewalk, it's not just brick. It has to be the material. If you just say brick, you just exclude one, and it may be more, and then they may ask that, why did you just exclude this one, not the other ones? I think that we should just say that it has to be the paving material, it has to be something that is supported by, DOJ or for accessibility, if that's the issue for accessibility, and just leave it at that rather than just, this is just my opinion. We exclude one, we just make a general statement to use material that it's not a problem for the accessibility.
Understood. Commissioner Barkley?
I'm glad you referenced downtown Silver Spring. There are brick surfaces along Fenton and Georgia that I think work beautifully. I walk it often, but then there are also other places where they do not work beautifully, and there needs to be some kind of compromise struck. I mean, for the beauty's sake and ease of walking, I find no difficulty with it, but I think Mr. Pinheiro points out that the roots can be a problem in some areas, but yeah. Just a comment.
Anything?
No, you guys.
I'm
serve it.
okay with Commissioner Petalwin's recommendation to make a generic that, materials should be accommodative of all wheeled vehicles and generally don't require extensive maintenance, is where I'd go with that. Everybody okay?
If I could, I just want to kind of get as much clarity as possible on the direction from the board here. So this is, what you're looking at on the screen right now is a key action within a recommendation in the plan. The recommendation is to reduce tripping hazards. And then there are 3 key actions in there. So there's EA1A, which is about the repair of existing brick sidewalks. And it does talk in here, require new or rehabilitated brick sidewalks to be constructed using certain materials. The next one in here, it talks about the joints in sidewalks, and then the last key action pertains to strengthen existing regulations and the permitting process to ensure that utility cuts in sidewalks and legal crossings are quickly and appropriately repaired. So these all pertain to the goal of reducing the tripping hazards. So I'm curious, did you want to add a new key action that talks to the materials
Yes.
that are used, or did you want to adjust this one that you see in front of you now?
I think it's easier to add another one that just says the essential materials
Okay.
should be accommodative of other wheeled
Yeah.
vehicles and lessen maintenance.
Okay.
I think the key is the accessibility aspect,
Yeah.
not necessarily the specific, the materials,
Right.
specific materials in the building, but the accessibility.
Okay, so we'll add that as a new key action here.
You
Yeah,
okay?
actually, that's one of the very important role, the material that you use for accessibility. I totally agree should be a separate item.
Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Fantastic. EA3A, this is sort of a callback to the last work session. Larry Cole had a comment that EA3A and P2E could sometimes be in conflict, so this just says add a note that they're in conflict.
Mr. Cole was correct as usual.
Spot on. EA4C, this is a comment from the county executive. EA4C is about essentially having unique signage at pedestrian signal locations where you don't need to press the button to cross the street. The county executive supports more uniform devices with uniform response and doesn't recommend differentiating these things. Staff agrees and recommends removing the key action.
I also agree with the deletion. I would say, again, one thing on the button, pedestrian-activated buttons. I hope it's clear in the plan that you are not suggesting removing them all, that you are suggesting, in some cases, changing their operations, in one case, changing their location so they're accessible to wheelchairs. But I think there is some engagement by pedestrians that's appreciated by the button. So I hope that's clear in other aspects of this, but I'm okay with the deletion. And I see no other comments on that. Continuing on.
Thank you. A new key action, EA9, another comment from Larry Cole, essentially that when there are construction projects in the public right-of-way, there are approved maintenance of traffic plans that need to be made with regard to how pedestrians are accommodated through the construction zones. And the comment is essentially that these should be made, these should be publicly available, and if there are reasons for sort of sidewalk closures or other things in those documents, that those reasons should be included so the public can see what the rationale is. Staff, I think, agrees with modifications. There was fairly recent county legislation to improve the maintenance of pedestrian detours through construction zones in 2020, and sort of being more transparent about what those approved detour plans are, staff believes would be helpful. So there's a draft key action here to publish approved maintenance of traffic plans in an easily accessible format. That is before you to add.
A good addition. I see no comments. So proceed to proceed.
Great. This next item was not in your staff report. Key action B8A came up fairly recently in conversations with our parks colleagues. Essentially, the recommendation in the public hearing draft said, develop a park access master plan to identify new pedestrian connections to and through parkland. This recommendation was developed in concert with park staff, but park staff on their work plan has a park access study. So the recommendation here is just to change master plan to study to reflect the work item that they already have and are already planning on doing, which we think is which we're very happy with and pleased that they're doing that.
Appreciate the change.
Great. Okay, so that concludes for now this section of policy design and programming recommendations. Now we're going to jump into the sort of bicycle pedestrian priority area prioritization comments. The first one here is from the county executive, that it would be helpful to see a full list of all of the areas in Montgomery County and their ratings, perhaps in the prioritization methodology. And staff recommends adding that table essentially for all the lower priority BIPA areas below what's called Tier 3 in the plan, and that's something that we feel comfortable that we can do.
That's fine, knowing that even though it's in the master plan, your prioritization may change over time.
Correct.
Because you already are committing to biannual updates to this, so just so you have the note that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the comment was more, it would be helpful to know for
Right.
X area how it stacks up generally. And that information is not actually provided in the plan today,
Right.
below
Okay.
Tier 3.
No other comments? Go ahead.
The next is to increase transparency in the methodology, to provide 2 examples at how the final scores for specific locations were arrived at. These should be in the plan document itself. Staff recommends adding 2 examples of score calculations to the appendix. I think we really believe it's important to keep most of the methodological things in an appendix dedicated to that and keep the document itself as streamlined as possible.
Right, because in the appendix is the only place you have a determination of these values, and you have some definition
Right,
of that.
yeah.
And then mathematically, you have the aspect of weighting those values. It doesn't make sense just having this
Right.
table in the major report apart from your methodology.
I think we agree with that, and I think in the staff report, I'm not sure. So that's our recommendation, and then in the next few slides, we have what that would look like in the plan. Essentially, this is the first example is a Tier 1 facility, Belpre Road between Georgia Avenue and Lay Hill Town Center. Essentially, the first step here is for each of these factors. I'm trying to get my cursor on the screen. There. Oh. For each of these factors, you essentially multiply the value times the weight, and then you sum up all of those value times weight products to equal a score. The next step for areas within an equity focus area, the percentage of that area that overlaps with an equity focus area becomes the value. So this particular geography is 99.5% in an equity focus area. So if we multiply that by 5, we get a factor weight of 4.975. And then the total score is just the step 1 score, so the transportation score, plus the equity adjustment to get the total score.
A couple of things. Number one, your comfort indexes are their own calculated values by something else. And I hope it's clear how you're making that connection, that you first you do comfort level indexes and then you put it into this.
Right,
It
yes.
just needs to be clear. The other thing on comfort level, if you have you pre-tested that when you say your calculated comfort level is satisfactory, that somebody says independent of that, yes, I think this area is satisfactory comfort.
So the way we develop the level of comfort is we used a lot of our own judgments about different thresholds and things like that. And then when we started the public engagement process for the plan, we had, I think, a pretty innovative at the time tool where people could click on specific segments where we had actually taken video of people walking in those conditions and whether they agreed or disagreed with the scores that were given. And then we actually did tweak the entire formula approach based on the feedback that we got from that.
And is that described sufficiently, you think, in the text so that people know that history a little bit?
Potentially not in the actual master plan text itself, but I think we did a very good job of documenting this along the master plan process. So if the board is interested, we could add some referential text maybe.
I would just say something about that to say, you know, we didn't just make this stuff up, we pre-tested.
Yeah.
Something like that
Okay.
in the plan itself. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
We can definitely do that, and we have some of that already on our website in various places because it's a pretty well-tested tool that we're already using, right? The council has already approved us using the pedestrian level of comfort as well as the bicycle level of traffic stress measures that we've been talking about as part of our LATR, part of the growth and infrastructure policy, one of our part of our LATR tests. So for each development application, and so these are tested, and we can kind of put some of that language in the plan for this. So.
Okay, and then, you know, the equity weight. How did you determine that it has a weight of 5 versus one of the higher priority weights? How did that come up?
So the way we worked through this process was it's not necessarily an apples-to-apples comparison between the equity weight and the transportation factor weights. Because essentially what happens is all of the different BIPAs in the county are scored using step 1, but only the top 30% of BIPAs can have the equity weight applied. So essentially we're saying we specifically didn't want to elevate projects that weren't a high transportation priority by giving them additional points for being located in specific areas. So the way the scoring is set up, the area has to be in high demand from a transportation perspective, and then those projects that are also in equity areas are elevated. So whether it's 5 or 6 or 8, the outcome is largely going to be the same. I think
Okay.
you could make changes, but I think we're comfortable with how it
Okay.
shakes out.
Just testing here.
Yep. Sure. So that's sort of the first scoring was on Belpre Road. The second one we've set up is Cedar Lane and Summit between Rockville Pike and Kensington Town Center. Scored the same way. I think you can see if I flip back and forth, the step 1, the transportation factor scores are lower. It's a tier 2 project instead of a tier 1. It's not located in an equity focus area, so it doesn't get any of those points. So the total score and the step 1 score are the same.
And do you really go to the third decimal point?
This is a conversation that Mr. Ansbacher, who's sitting next to me, and I have had many times. There are certain values where if there's just not, you need to go to the thousandth place to show it. So it doesn't just say 0.00 or whatever, but yeah. So
all right.
Yeah, it's not a satisfying answer, but sometimes it helps.
I'm pro decimal places as a data person myself. I'm fine with it.
There are significant figures
If I
for a
need to
reason,
read to the
so.
1000th place, I'll read to
Right. I mean, math is math, but sometimes there are significant digits and sometimes there are confusing digits. And
At my agency, we only go to one decimal if it's billions. So, that's when we go.
Gotcha. Okay.
And speaking of decimal places, on your next item where you say, CIP cross-references, you say currently funded that are mostly funded. That's a somewhat lack of precision there.
Just for people following along at home, this comment was that the geographies in the different tiers that have existing CIP projects within them, those should be cross-referenced. Specifically, also requesting clarity on what currently funded means. So the staff response is that currently funded should be defined as projects that are, quote, mostly funded through construction in the 6-year CIP. I think we're definitely amenable to better wordsmithing there.
Or percentages, you just use
We could
keyword
say
at the
at least
thousand. How about
50% or-
50.0001?
Over 50%.
Over 50%.
Over
is fine.
50%,
Okay.
I don't understand the word mostly when I'm dealing with all this math.
It's a fair concern. And then, in addition to that, the recommended action is adding the relevant CIP project numbers to the relevant BIPA
very good.
areas. Okay. This is a comment about inconsistencies in tier assignments. Essentially, the crux of this is that Wilson Lane between, Wilson Lane is a tier 2 BIPA with sidewalks and crosswalks, but Bradley Boulevard is in tier 3, but doesn't have sidewalks for the most part. Additionally, a segment of that Bradley Boulevard location is in a CIP project area, so there's confusion there. So I think staff looked at these issues, and I think we agree that Bradley Boulevard between Huntington Parkway and downtown Bethesda, which is map reference 5 in tier 3, should be moved into the funded tier. And that moving that into the funded tier opens a slot in tier 3 for another project. So we recommend shifting Clapper Road between Clarksburg Road and Richter Farm Road into tier 3 because it's the next highest area scoring wise. And if the board supports this recommendation, planning staff will update the relevant tables and maps accordingly before. This is planned transmittal to council, but I think this is something we can do before the 4th work session.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, hearing none. The second piece of this, essentially asking why Wilson Lane, which already has sidewalks, is scoring higher than Bradley Boulevard, which doesn't have sidewalks. So we reviewed the scoring of both of these areas, and generally, while Bradley Boulevard scores higher than Wilson Lane in many criteria, including pathway comfort and crossing comfort, because of the deficient pedestrian facilities there and bicycle facilities. Wilson Lane scores more strongly in terms of school access and transit access, which really accounts for the higher priority in the scoring. Essentially, the way the scoring is set up, we're trying to prioritize locations that have a lot of pedestrian activity over locations that don't. So Wilson Lane is much more central to the Bethesda CBD, so there's a lot more destinations and pedestrian demand there than Bradley Boulevard, which still has some pedestrian demand, but it's a little more, a little more suburban in that context. So that's what we did. The scoring is here, 16.7 for Wilson Lane versus 12.41 for Bradley Boulevard, only down to the 100th place. And we have the complete scoring breakdown on the table below. But that's just an explanation of why that's the case.
I'm okay.
Okay, that sort of concludes the prioritization section here. Moving into Mr. Ansbacher's bread and butter here, but I'll present it. The Complete Streets Design Guide area type designations. Essentially, just for context, these are downtowns, town centers, industrial areas, suburban areas that help define the street types in the Complete Streets Design Guide. So there were some comments about these entirely from the county executive trying to recommend changes to some of these. So the first one is about the Downtown Life Sciences Center, which is on page 150. That the floor area ratios here aren't that high and the development is really suburban. So it shouldn't be a downtown. Staff disagrees with this. And that while changes are needed to this designation potentially, there's an ongoing master plan that's dealing with this area that is likely the appropriate venue to do that.
You mean we would look to the master plan to take it out of that category and then change the guidelines if we change the categories?
Yeah, and just a little bit more background. The council reviewed all the area designations in the November, December timeframe and agreed that based on the vision of the 2010 Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan, that it should be considered a downtown. DOT or the county executive disagreed at that time. They still disagree even after the council's decision. What we've said all along is that we have a master plan that can resolve this finally.
Agreed, because that's up here right now, or will be in the fall, I guess. But I mean, we have to watch out for setting up a routine where we have to change 3 master plans to change 1 area designation. And you know, this Complete Streets is the venue for defining the area. And at every turn in this plan, we should reference that if there are changes to the Complete Streets guidelines in area, that geography should be accepted in this plan. You see what I mean? You have a million maps in here of areas.
Yeah, I agree, and I think in part, if the Complete Streets Design Guide's conception of areas is to change, then we would need to comprehensively change how areas are classified. But the Complete Streets Design Guide and the county code says that ultimately master plans need to make the determination for what the area types are based off of the definitions in the Complete Streets Design Guide for downtowns, town centers, industrial areas, et cetera.
Okay, you're just setting yourself up for 2 amendments whenever you want to change something.
Well, if I could, just to further explain this, so, you know, the implementation of the Complete Streets Design Guide was viewed really as a 3-step process. So the guide itself, as you indicated, Chair, kind of defines what the different area types are. So the designation of those area types, the first time we did those was through the legislation that the council adopted last year, which is where it was explained that these were, well, first, these were temporary, these were kind of translations, and that's where.
Then it would be done in master plans.
And then it would be done in master plans, and this is our first opportunity with this master plan to do that. And then you know, as future master plans, in this case, the Great Seneca Plan, come through, if they make any further changes to those designations, yes, that would then modify what we have in this master plan. We wouldn't have to do an amendment to the pedestrian plan. We do have a resource on our website that shows the current, you know, designations. So
Okay.
that resource will always be updated to reflect whatever master plan has made any changes.
Thank you, because I was confused on how it would work in the future, and that's a good explanation. I'm okay with where you're going here, and I'm okay with certainly leaving this designation to the master plan we're about to do.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next comment is about the Downtown Life Sciences and FDA Village downtown.
Same thing.
Yeah, same general thing. Well, the comment is essentially the same, that the intended build out is not in line with the downtown. Staff disagrees. This was designated a downtown by council as part of the bill that Mr. Anspacher referenced fairly recently, and the staff sees no reason to reconsider this decision. The plan for this area envisions 25+ million square feet of development, 15,000 residential dwelling units, and locations within this area can have buildings as high as 220 feet. So it seems like it can be a downtown for us.
Yep.
Okay, great. Downtown Rock Springs, similar comment, the exact same sort of
Same thing.
rationale and response.
Keep going. We're okay with you.
Great. Briggs Cheney Town Center, either this plan or the Fairland Briggs Cheney plan should consider a larger area. The suggestion is Greencastle Elementary School, the Regional Services Center, Community Center, the Woodbound Center apartments in between. Staff agrees. The Fairland Briggs Cheney Master Plan has recommended changes to these designations. So staff believes it's appropriate to defer decisions about those designations to that
To the
plan.
master plan.
Burtonsville Town Center, considering including the elementary school. It may not make a big difference, but it sends a message about what's expected of design at and around a school. Staff agrees. Designating schools to be part of these areas should be based on whether the school siting and design creates a unified area. In the case of Burtonsville Elementary, this location of the elementary school is such that it can be a cohesive part of the town center, even though that designation is unlikely to impact street design. So staff recommends adding Burtonsville Elementary School to the town center boundary as shown in the map on the slide, essentially the grayed out area on the west side of the area.
I see no lights to say you should not do it, so go ahead and do it.
Cloverleaf Town Center, consider including the lot on the west leg of the New Hampshire Avenue Briggs Cheney Road intersection as part of this town center. If it was ever developed, it would help ensure that we can condition this design along the frontage and we don't end up short. Staff disagrees. This is a change that will not impact street design, and we don't believe that change is needed for two reasons. One, the frontage of that property at the west leg of New Hampshire Avenue and Briggs Cheney Road is already designated by the pedestrian plan as a town center, and the property in question had a recent preliminary plan approval, the Martoma Church of Washington, 120200080, that largely meets the town center standards already. So we recommend no change. All right. Four Corners Town Center, the comment is consider including the high school. Disagree because the University Boulevard Corridor Master Plan is currently underway and the boundary includes the high school. Planning staff recommend deferring modifications of the plan boundary, of the area type boundary to that plan. Seeing and hearing none, moving on. Briggs Cheney Industrial Area. Check in with the planners for Fairland Briggs Cheney Master Plan on whether they envision this remaining industrial or if it should be the town center. Based on their preliminary recommendations, they envision a town center here. Staff agrees. We defer the decision to the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan. Great. Moving into the next section on pedestrian shortcuts. There are two these are just as a refresher, informal pedestrian connections that have developed over time that the pedestrian plan would create, would identify in the master plan so that they could be built through private redevelopment or public capital projects over the life cycle of the plan. So there are, I think, comments about two specific shortcuts. The first is between Kersey Road and Auth Lane on page 216. This is shortcut number 186 in the Kent Mill area. There's opposition for a few reasons. First, it goes through a stream that is in need of major restoration. It's only used locally by local pedestrians to cross from one neighborhood street to another. There's the belief that this shortcut would lead to deforestation of the woods, and that it's not an just or equitable use of county resources because it's located in an affluent neighborhood and it cannot be made ADA accessible.
I have a comment on that slide.
Sure.
Can you go back to it? So it's something that's being utilized by the community. So is this saying that the county or Parks and Planning wouldn't put any resources into improving it or maintaining it? because it's being currently utilized by local pedestrians, as you note here. So they find it to be useful. And so is this suggesting that there won't be any money put into restoring it or maintaining it?
No, I believe the comment is that the area that this is in is by the commenters, in the commenter's perception, affluent area, and the money that would be spent on this project would be better spent somewhere else in the county, even though there are people using this connection today in a less formalized state.
So if this neighborhood is affluent, they're less deserving of county dollars or resources?
That's what the comment says.
I find that curious because when we're looking at reduction of carbon footprint, right, it seems as though people who are more wealthy leave a larger carbon footprint.
That's true.
And so if you're looking at, this pedestrian master plan and you want to reduce the carbon footprint, you help maintain trails and walkways for people who use more carbon resources, right? And so it's just a curiosity to me that the use of fossil fuels and other means of transportation that exacerbate carbon emissions is not given as much weight as wealth and ethnicity. It's curious to me.
So,
Thanks.
yeah, I don't think staff disagrees with that. This is paraphrased commentary from the public, so not staff's position on this.
Commissioner Bedouin?
So I'm trying to understand that, so this comment was opposed to have this shortcut, and what is the staff response? They agree or disagree?
So there are a couple of comments about this specific shortcut that we disagree with the comment, but there are a couple other comments. The other one is essentially that they would support a bridge over the stream that separates these areas, but that they don't want lighting or a formal paved walkway because that could create safety issues. So I think the important context here is that this connection is separate from the pedestrian master plan, is currently being looked at by the Department of Transportation for some sort of formalization. They've done studies to look at what type of bridge would be required, the slopes to make it an accessible pathway and things like that. What we've heard over the years of the pedestrian plan is that this specific connection has very broad community support beyond just the commenters that we've heard, the testimony that we received about this item. I think in 2020, we received a petition from people in this area that had over 80 unique signatures from different people within the community in support of this connection. So I think we didn't receive any testimony at the hearing about this in support, but there is a lot of support for this project. I don't think staff doesn't disagree that the steep slopes and the topography will make it challenging to make it ADA accessible, and it may actually not be possible given the natural grades that exist. But I think what we believe is that we recommend deferring to MCDOT about the feasibility of the connection, given that they already have a design project.
I totally agree, because we call this like People's Choice Trail, and it's very much popular and in demand. And you know that I 100% support accessibility, but if this doesn't lend itself to be accessible, it shouldn't be taken out of the recommendation, because the people's choice could be just, I do not know, we could just have it as a natural surface and make it just safer and more sustainable for people to use. And when you're talking about the stream, I do not know, it could be used as a ford. Sometimes they just put some stones that people could just cross it safely. or that they could, like a stepping stone that they could go, could be just made safer and more sustainable to be used. Because even though if you remove it, people continue using it if it has the usage.
Right.
So we might as well make it better. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think staff agrees completely. I think the intent of including connections in this section of the master plan is not to say it needs to be this type of facility with these types of characteristics. I think we recognize that the unique context for each of these connections will require design sensitivity, and they may not all be paved. I think natural surface makes a lot of sense in a lot of instances. I think the main barrier to access in this specific connection is the stream, so that's why DOT is focused on some sort of more permanent bridge over that area, so people aren't using like boards or other things that community members have brought into the area to cross. So
I think the generic statement you just made, applicable to all these people choice chairs, should be very specific in the upfront section of talking about these trails, if it's not already.
I
Forgive
believe
me
we
for not
have
memorizing
written language. Yeah, I haven't memorized all 400 pages, but I do believe we have language to that effect
Okay,
at the top of this
fine.
section.
I think everybody agrees with your disagreement with the comment for the reasons you state.
Great. And then the
Good.
other.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the other comment here is about a shortcut between Sherrill Avenue in Friendship Heights and a future Willard Avenue trail. The comment is the shortcut's on page 230. It's map reference 85. It should be the comment is that this should be removed from the plan because it's not an existing pedestrian connection. There is no easement. And the special exception that governs the Geico property, which is immediately north and east of the site, precludes such a connection. Staff disagrees because while the current Geico property may be governed by the special exception that's mentioned, if this property were to ever redevelop, that would provide an opportunity to make the connection in the future.
Is this, I was confused on this shortcut. Is the shortcut through the Geico property or just to the Geico property?
The shortcut connects to a trail that is master planned in the bicycle master plan that would be along the edge of what is now the Geico property. So it doesn't go through the.
So it's not an existing People's Choice trail?
It's not.
kind of?
It's not. It's this connection exists
but
completely
it only-
within. Sorry, it exists completely within the public right of way. There is no private property needed.
Yeah, so it's fine.
That's what staff is saying. Yes.
Okay, I agree with your disagreement again.
Okay. The next piece, the next chapter is about countryside paths. Staff received no testimony about countryside paths. If the board has any comments or questions about these recommendations, I think now would be the appropriate opportunity. But if not, that's fine.
How does countryside paths relate to rustic roads?
There are different roads, so countryside paths
Oh.
are not proposed on rustic roads or exceptional rustic roads.
Can we have just a statement that there's no intent of this plan to override the recommendations, the design recommendations concerning rustic roads? See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I would like a definition of countryside paths.
Sure. So a countryside path is a side path, which is a shared bicycle. It's like a wider bicycle pedestrian path, so 10, 11 feet wide, just along a road in a rural part of Montgomery County.
Does this pedestrian plan also include trails? Because I live in a neighborhood where there used to be trails. And there's a sign up on some of the trails that said this will no longer be maintained by the county.
Interesting.
Or cut. And so it is, and I think it is a legitimate byway from the neighborhood to shopping and transportation. And so I was wondering if that, I'll take a picture of it.
Yeah, that would be really helpful, or send a Google Map, a link or something.
It's near the Trolley Museum.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this plan did not make any trail recommendations. The only sort of off-road recommendations we have are the pedestrian shortcuts, because the Parks Department has a countywide trails master plan that lays out a vision for future trail improvements and new trail connections. But if you want to send me
Yeah, I'll
more
send you a
information about
picture.
that, I can dive into that.
Yeah, I mean, part of the issue would be whether it's right-of-way or not.
Well, no, I know that Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning owns it.
Then it'll be a parks issue.
I'd still like to see it just for my own interest. Yeah.
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 Great. Okay.
Okay, so that concludes the section on recommendations in general. There is an implementation chapter that did not have any comments by members of the public, essentially laying out broadly how the different types of recommendations could be implemented, either through the legislative process or through regulatory action, executive action, capital improvements, and things like that. The next chapter after that is monitoring. So recommendations about transparency and what we will continue to do as planning staff to make sure that the public is aware of how the plan's being implemented and the progress we're making. There were no comments about this. And then the next chapter is the appendices. We received a comment about the prioritization methodology this methodology should be moved from the appendix to the body of the plan, and staff disagrees because it really detracts from sort of what the plan itself is trying to convey. And people who are interested, I mean, I think I wrote most of that methodology, and I think it's fascinating, but I think the majority of people not.
I did too. It's the math bug in me. I thought, look, I think this whole plan is near brilliant. I don't want to expand heads too much, but just remarkable, both in its data collection, its use of data, its quantification attempt, its thinking on prioritization is just outstanding. I have other qualms, but that's okay.
Great. Next, just going back, we've made it to the end of the plan. Now, as we said at the first work session, we're going to go back to the beginning of the plan. Table of contents, there was a comment that we should add a list of references used to create the plan. Staff recommends adding that section and can present that at the final work session. Executive summary, no comments were received about this. Introduction, no comments were received about this. So with that, we have essentially accumulated all of the requested revisions that were proposed and accepted by the board from the prior two work sessions, so we can just run through those for a final.
Yeah, I think run through those, and then we'll have an opportunity to say what else you should address at the next work session.
Right. Yeah. So racial equity and social justice, removing 4 equity communities and adding across race, ethnicity, income, English
Good work.
proficiency, and disability. There's wanting to add the opportunity to revise metrics and targets for each of the objectives in the biennial monitoring report.
Yep.
The board agreed to remove public transportation from the metrics about school access. So we did that. This is actually an addition from the staff report. We had discussed with you all in the first work session the issue that we had with the data source for our objective 4.1, which is about pathway accessibility across the county. We haven't been able to find a new data source at this time, but we're going to continue looking for one for the biennial monitoring report. So we recommend removing the specific reference to what the baseline condition is. It says 6.2% in 2020, and replacing that with TBD.
Yeah, it is a little bit of mystery of how you established your goals. You say a baseline condition and you say a goal, but I'm not exactly sure how you quantified that in a whole number of these.
We'd be happy, maybe offline, to go through that with you if you're interested, but there's a lot there. It was a substantial data collection and analysis effort to get us to the results that present the baseline condition.
Well, you want to set a goal that could be within reach with lots of effort, but not impossible. I mean, that's the description.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's sort of a balancing act between being too aspirational and being realistic. And I think in some of the cases for this one, and then I think there's another one about Vision Zero and pedestrian fatalities and severe injuries, like there only is really one acceptable goal, which is zero.
Sure.
So,
Right.
so some of them are sort of more values-based goals, and others are sort of in a more pragmatic approach to what's possible.
Okay.
Yeah. Just from this, I mean, as problematic as a 6.2 may be, it is useful to have some idea of where we are to go when we're looking back and not being immediately here whenever we get to that point. So I don't know if we want to have some estimate of what our current ones may be, but some sort of thing that we have an idea of our baseline is going to be helpful.
I think staff recognizes that this is an important objective, and I think we wish the data source that we used for this was appropriate for measuring what we wanted to measure. And I think we just need to work with the county staff to figure out if that data source exists. And if not, we need to create it really, because it's really important to measure and track the accessibility of the sidewalk network.
Yeah, I think it's just important to have a metric for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're working on it. It's important.
Okay.
Do you have, I'm always confused about how you measure, besides just being kind of a subjective way of doing it, how do you measure pedestrian? How people walk in certain, like you mentioned, that in some areas there's more pedestrians than others. Is there a point in time where people measure the number of pedestrians that walk within a certain, time frame? Or, because I know that for cars we do that, and we have a good idea of what areas have higher volume of cars. But for pedestrians, is it just based on kind of your judgment, or is it more quantitative?
It's definitely more quantitative. I think there are rules of thumb. So I think we know that proximity to schools, proximity to transit stations, et cetera, there's going to be more people walking. But we also, as part of the predictive safety analysis that we worked on with a departed colleague, we used pedestrian count information. So in the same way that we collect motor vehicle counts, we collect pedestrian counts at intersections. We use that data and other land use characteristics and other information to create a model, essentially, that estimates the amount of pedestrian activity all across the county at every intersection in Montgomery County, what we would expect the pedestrian activity to be given all of this contextual information. So that's data that we have, and that is incorporated into the plan in the
So
prioritization.
is that the kind of data that the planning board collects, or is it MCDOT? I mean, who collects that type of data?
Yeah, it's a combination. So
Okay.
as part of development applications, developers need to do counts. For capital projects, the Department of Transportation collects counts. So this was, if I recall correctly, about 500 to 600 count locations of more recent counts, because we don't want to use things that are 10 years old. But it comes from lots of different sources.
And our staff in countywide planning, the GIS department, has been, I think, very helpful in collecting all of these, developing them into a format that is really usable for staff, not just our staff, but staff across the department to really understand when they're looking at a regulatory project, what are the historic counts for cars, for pedestrians, for bicyclists in the area. So just a shout out to them in developing this tool that we used in this plan, but then we use on a daily basis.
No,
as
I
well.
think it's really important, especially when we're looking at development projects. I mean, we've seen many of them, and they generate more traffic. They also generate more bicycles, more pedestrians. So to the extent that we can update that metric and have it, looked at it based on development projects that we, let's say, the planning board approves, I think that would be very valuable. But I realize that it's very time consuming. Whoever does that, counting the number of people that walk and people that ride their bicycle, it's very difficult to continuously update. But
I agree.
thank you.
Okay.
The next one is a duplicate, so I would ignore that. There's a direction to change the note on table 11 as follows, to remove sort of the clause about traffic volumes and things like that. I think that Commissioner Hedrick made.
And maybe footnote rustic roads, that we're not doing anything with rustic roads.
So this comment in this table is from the existing conditions section, so it's really just saying there are 2 miles of existing sidewalks on rustic roads. We have no plans to, it's sort of a separate conversation.
Oh, I'm just sensitive at all points, as is other commissioners.
And then this one, I think, is definitely going to be a larger conversation. I think we had a lengthy discussion about this key action B1A during the work session. Staff had proposed the language below in advance of work session number 2. Essentially, this is about pivoting the sidewalk program from being reactive and request-driven to equitable, data-driven, and proactive. The text that staff had added was that sidewalk requests already in this queue should be considered for should continue to be considered for future construction. I think where we, staff, we would really like to request clarity. Our understanding really is that there are 3 basic types of sidewalks in the county. There are sidewalks that are publicly requested, that have begun the public engagement process, that should continue to construction, which is essentially roughly, let's say, 1 year's worth of sidewalk projects. So for the purposes of this conversation, we want to call those type A sidewalks. So those are type A sidewalks. The second set are publicly requested sidewalk projects that have not yet begun this public engagement process, that should be prioritized using a data-driven approach. This is about, at this point, 10 years of sidewalk projects. We're going to call these type B projects, sidewalks. And then the last piece here are sidewalk gaps that we know exist from our data that have not been publicly requested, but should be prioritized using a data-driven approach. So those are type C sidewalks. So the direction that staff is interested in is, should type B sidewalks and type C sidewalks be prioritized equally? So staff recommends yes. Type B sidewalks, which are those sidewalks that are not currently in the public engagement design and construction process, should not receive any additional preference or priority over sidewalk gaps that may exist that should also be prioritized. I think the purpose of this recommendation is to shift from a process dependent on request to one that uses data to prioritize building the high-value sidewalks with the equity benefits and the increased long-term value from the limited sidewalk construction resources that follow along from that. I think we believe that type B sidewalks, even though they were previously requested, does not necessarily make them more important than type C sidewalks, and that they should be analyzed together with the type C sidewalks in a data-driven way, and the strongest scoring projects should rise to the top and be constructed first.
No, I understand that. It makes sense to me, but let me give you the generic comment I have on public testimony in this venue. There are 2 opposite directions that are explicit in this staff recommendation. don't go with public comments to get a sidewalk and reject public comments that reject a sidewalk. And between those, we have to recognize that there is value in public comment, that people could be actually pointing us to a data error in what we have, that they may know something locally more than we know. And we have to put somehow in this plan, and I'll leave this up to staff because I don't want to rewrite a plan, to put in some of that context, that there is value in public input, and we will recognize that in our data. I am okay with noting that Class C property is more important than Class B. But let's not lose sight of the value of public testimony. The other thing involved in public testimony, of course, is ways to mitigate tree loss or other things. So please find some way to get the value of public testimony in here. Can you do that in what we come back with? I mean, this is part of what I would have raised of what else you should
Sure.
talk about.
Yeah, staff believes, I mean, sorry.
Let me just add to what Jeff said, because that was one of my points also, is that if there is a public testimony, somehow that means that there is a need somewhere, because some people were asking for it. So that's a need. If your metrics in priority includes public needs as one of your metrics, that automatically some of those sidewalks in type B would be prioritized over Part C, okay? Because some of the Part C, it may be good, it's for the future use, and Part B may be what that is needed now. And I do agree that, when people are talking about or requesting for some priority for some sidewalk, it has to be written somewhere, somehow, that this was requested by public. I would add maybe somehow a metric or something with request from public, because if people are asking for it, then it should be some kind of need for it.
I mean, I can answer, I think, in the staff's thinking already, which is that if you're well off and have time, you're more willing to say, gee, I want a sidewalk. If you're working all the time and you are pressed for time, you don't have that opportunity. So you get an unequal weighting to affluent areas if you go on request. But what I am suggesting is that there might be something in that testimony that points to a data error or something you haven't considered before within your point of needs that should be considered. And that testimony should be reviewed for that reason. That's where I am. Anybody else on this? This is a big topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump on I was reviewing this. I strongly agree with the staff's recommendation of organizing Type B and Type C sidewalks together. I don't think we need to prioritize. We're switching from a request. We're making a
data-driven.
Yeah, make it data-driven. Look at it. We're doing the best we can to take ones that are currently in process from the previous structure that we had, prioritize those, and then switch our process over. I think that's something that we need. I think the public engagement is either primarily a post prioritization in the future. We need to build a sidewalk here. What do you guys think? That kind of thing, as opposed to, because we have a structural situation. The reason we have a whole bunch of sidewalk gaps is because, at least one of the reasons is, we've been doing it by public engagement for however long we've been building sidewalks for the most part. So I mean, I'm strongly in favor of this, switching it to a data dividend, and I think that's going to lend itself to a more equitable and a more efficient use of our time and resources than the other way around. I think Tony had something.
Commissioner Barclay.
Yeah, so when we look at
Well,
equity,
let me just add one more thing to it. I agree that we have to do priority, but many times and a lot of times the sidewalk comes and the request, it's not just coming from the affluent areas. It comes areas that people need to walk and they request for it. And especially if there is a long history or a good number of people that are requesting for a sidewalk, I think that there is probably what Jeff is saying, that it's pointing to somewhere there is an error in the matrix that we have. And I wouldn't really agree that we ignore those public comments and say, well, now we're going to just do what it has been with data. Somehow we have to marry these together to be fair and make sense.
So I think we want, I'm sorry.
Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. For the record, we definitely appreciate this conversation. I would like to make a suggestion, because I think our intent, I want to go back to what is the problem being solved here, and the problem is that the sidewalk program was being driven primarily by requests that came in, but that there were other sidewalks that exist now that still need to be repaired that may not, for whatever reason, was called out by someone who contacted the county to say it needs to be requested. So given that that is the issue being, that's sort of the problem that we're trying to address, I wanted to note that. And also, I think from our perspectives, we very much value community feedback and community input, but I think the issue is that there are other pieces of data that also need to be considered, because there are other gaps that, again, may not be identified if you just go solely by the community members who happen to speak up. But so I'm suggesting sort of a reframing of this, which is that I think from our perspective, it's not discounting what communities members are saying, but acknowledging, but that there are other sidewalks that still also need to be addressed. The reframing I suggest is that the community input is another piece of data that goes into the decision-making in terms of other, types of data to help the county identify and prioritize which sidewalks to go and fix. Because to me, it's not really an either or, but it's really just making sure that the county is making informed decisions about the existing gaps that do exist. And the community input is one piece of data, but it's not the only piece of data. So that we can make sure that other parts of the county that have these needs are also being addressed in an equitable way. So with all of that, I also, I think the way the staff has it laid out now, which is sort of not one is more important than the other, but that these are actually all factors that should be considered, including community feedback, because they can definitely identify places that need to be fixed.
I totally agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think that the community input should be another criteria, and that's what I suggested. I was suggesting. I agree.
Okay. Commissioner Pinero?
Yeah, I think I agree with what Director Stern is saying. There's got to be three legs to it. There's got to be, first of all, community input. Yeah, definitely. There's got to be the planning board actually doing an analysis of the condition of sidewalk, where there's a need for a sidewalk. And number three, I think we need to start thinking about leveling the playing field, in the sense that we need to do more community outreach and letting people know, okay, you can speak out about the condition of the sidewalks that you use for pedestrian access. So there really is, I don't want to think that it's only privileged people that come and complain with the county or with us about their sidewalks, and we pay more attention to those. I think we also have to look at the people who do not come to us or to the county and the needs that they have. So, I totally agree that we have to be looking at all of that. So how do we do it? It's tricky, but it does require a lot of leveling the playing field and community outreach.
If I could, I think, so we've been talking about B1A, which is about the prioritization approach. I think there were some comments that I think are most helpfully addressed by B1B, which is on the screen now, which is about reimagining public engagement to essentially pivot from whether or not a sidewalk is constructed to understanding the important context locally about trees and parking and other things that community members care about to make sure that the sidewalk that's built is built in a contextually appropriate way. I think going back to B1A, the conversation that we've been having, the sidewalks that are requested through this program today that we're talking about, those type B sidewalks, they already show up in the data that we have of sidewalk gaps as places where we could build a sidewalk. So I think what's been discussed here is the conversation is whether they get whether they get scored equally to all of the sidewalk gaps in the county, or they receive some sort of preference because community members requested them. And it's the staff's recommendation that they be scored equally because even though they may be important sidewalk connections, there may be other connections that people have not requested for what the reasons the chair stated that would be even more impactful and even more important for lack of somebody requesting them. So that's where we're coming from.
Commissioner Hedges?
No, they covered exactly what I think I was going to say also. Like, there's a consistency and predictability aspect to this as well. Like, the current construction and repair of sidewalks is neither predictable nor particularly consistent, and it's largely because of that. So we take they're in the process, we have the information, public engagement is part of the metric, prioritize them and go, and build sidewalks, pour concrete.
I look forward to your rewrite next session, but hopefully it says, we value public input for informing us of particular attributes missing or existing or whatever. But we look forward to that rewrite. All right, continuing on.
Great. B4C, this was a discussion about MCPS, about the minimum acreage requirements. I think the language that was discussed among the board and staff was to change it from revise these acreage requirements to encourage MCPS to revise and consider co-location opportunities as shown on the screen.
I just have to say, I'll go with the majority of the board, but I would not have this recommendation. I think there is a value to the school board determining the minimum size of its sites, and I would leave it to them totally and just not have this recommendation. But
I agree with the chair. I think
that's only two.
It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit.
I disagree.
Fine.
Okay.
I want to keep it in because
All
I
right.
think that it covers the things we're talking about.
Fine.
And lots of walk-in happens to schools.
I'm not going to
I mean,
debate.
the issue of co-locating, it's important, but how does it fit into a pedestrian?
Mitra, are you, Commissioner Panera, are you on the line?
I'm on the line, yes.
Okay, do you think there should be, should we ask schools, encourage MPS to revise the minimum acreage for school sites?
This is a hard question to answer because when we were co-locating park and school, we had a lot of discussions in that regard. Encouraging to reduce their footprint, that means that probably they have to add to their heights to go
Right.
up. To encourage, I don't have any issue that we say that
Okay.
coordination would work with the schools, that if they could minimize, that's what we have been
Okay.
discussing.
3-2 is fine. I accept that. Let's move on.
Okay.
Sorry, clarifying key action B4G, open parkways currently operating along Beach Drive and Sligo Creek Parkway should be permanent with the approved language, or the language shown on the screen.
Forgive me for not knowing all the things in parks, but is it, are the parkways closed to traffic on Friday?
Sligo Creek Parkway is closed on Fridays, and there's a parenthetical that's
okay,
added
right.
that includes that.
Okay, all right, I'm fine as long as
Why
that's the
don't we
facts.
include Little Falls Parkway? I know it's
Oh.
controversial,
Well,
but
no, it's not an open parkway right now.
It's not, and, you're right.
Right. It has no closures to vehicles at all.
Well,
Well,
two lanes are
two lanes
closed.
But the open parkway closed it completely to vehicles so that
Oh, right.
pedestrians and bicyclists could use it completely.
True.
And that's what happens still on Sligo Creek and on Beach for certain times of the week. But Little Falls Parkway is never completely closed at all to vehicles anymore.
Right, and if it stays in its current configuration, you'll make determinations on what those 2 lanes should be.
Yeah.
Or if they should exist at all, or whether it should be back to nature.
Yeah.
You know, whatever you want. All right, continuing on.
The next key action, B4H, is about public seating, restrooms, et cetera. The direction was to discuss this with Montgomery Parks and provide revised language. We did that. We talked to our parks colleagues, and the recommendation was made to change the language from parkland to priority park locations.
What does priority park locations mean?
So Parks is comfortable identifying a list of locations within parks that would be good candidates for public restrooms, and then they would pursue those through their
All
own
right,
processes.
then you need to say that somewhere, because I had no idea what priority park locations were.
Okay. We can do that. The next one, B8E, essentially flips this comment about recommendation about impervious. Okay.
What happened?
We're having a technical issue, so if we could pause for a second, please.
Okay, we're back again. Sorry for the break here. I'll turn it back over to staff. We are on action B-8E on page 88. We have some revised language from what we requested the last time.
Yeah, so this recommendation was about impervious surfaces and building sidewalks. So it changed, the recommended language changes from requiring the sidewalks to prioritizing construction of the required sidewalks in these areas that are environmentally sensitive.
And this, again, is one that I personally would just delete. I don't, agree with changing, making a bigger demand where we're requiring less impervious surface. We've been involved in litigation on these issues, and I'm not looking to make the situation tougher out there. But once again, I bow to the will of the planning board.
I mean, I'd prefer to leave it in, and you know,
Okay.
if we're got a limit on the amount of impervious surfaces, I'd prefer to prioritize sidewalks and path construction and
Leave
things
it
like
in,
that
take it out.
before parking.
Leave it in. I agree with,
Leave it in, take it out.
I agree with Mr.
I agree with
Pinheiro.
Okay, yeah, well, all right, Mitra, you don't need to vote.
Mitra, you don't need to vote.
Yeah, I know, because I didn't know which way I was, so that's good. I don't have to vote.
you can abstain.
Yeah, I was trying to see that if I have any opinion on this. Okay.
All right, well, it stays, and, anybody have objection to the additional language or change language? Not seeing none, go ahead. Proceed, that's okay, it's all okay there.
Great. B9B, essentially, we have removed the modeled text and added potential. So use potential demand instead of observed pedestrian volumes, instead of use modeled
That's all
pedestrian
good.
demand. It is a double usually. We've revised P1A to include reference to pedestrian collision avoidance technology in line with the board's request, which is sort of the red text at the bottom of the first paragraph there.
Oh, well, again, I think this one is overbroad. I would delete it altogether. But again, that's just me being temperate on the scope. Everybody else says keep it in?
I would recommend deleting it too. I mean, this whole issue about vehicles purchased in the future, that's, oof, who knows? I mean,
Okay.
we probably also need to talk about vehicles that don't even have a driver.
I think we may be a ways away from
Yeah,
that one.
I would take it out also.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I actually want to keep it. I'd keep it in. Honestly, I think that the additions that we have in here I think are less important than the first couple of sentences with the smaller vehicles, the speed, electrification, et cetera. We do have actual control over that, at least within the park system. I'm pro leaving it in.
Well, I said take it out.
Yeah, I find this curious because all the vehicles, unless there's some exception I don't know about, have to comply with general safety standards. It's put forth by the Department of Transportation, the United States government, and the Department of Transportation for the state of Maryland. I do find particularly troubling additional driver monitoring technologies. I would hope that there was no cameras in the cab of a car or vehicle monitoring the driver's behavior. The specter of government could exacerbate the stress of the job.
But mostly we're talking about is making sure you're not driving 70 down Georgia. Like, that's a driver technology, not camera in a cab. For the most part, you've got plenty of companies, including Home Depot, including anything that delivers to you, that have GPS technology and a speed governor on their trucks. I don't think that's much of a specter or government problem. I just think that, you have safety requirements, seat belts, et cetera, but larger vehicles are more likely to kill you. Smaller vehicles are less likely to kill you if they hit you. That's a pretty simple, straightforward thing, and it's not something that's covered by, federal DOT.
I don't want to test the theory. If I'm hit by a 2,000-pound vehicle, it'll hurt as much as a 3,000-pound vehicle, but.
And just to make sure we're, keep
It
in
is
mind
a
what
big
this
difference.
is, this key action is about. This is, for, to ensure that the county and public agency, when we buy our fleets, it's not just the commission, but when, that the county government has a fleet of vehicles, that they ensure to the extent possible, as it says in the third sentence there, to the extent possible and where appropriate, that the fleets are comprised of smaller vehicles with enhanced pedestrian visibility. So it's just, if we can do that part, there are a million different things that can be done to improve pedestrian safety. This is just one.
Right. Look, I understand this all. I am an old timer on master plans. And being an old timer, I think there's a scope to those things involving land use and direct design. We are now removed from that, dealing with the size of school sites, the purchasing of cars.
Yeah.
There's a whole list of them. The impervious surface overriding stuff.
But more than
There's just a whole list of things that were going beyond the general scope of a normal master plan. It's okay, it's not something that's illegal as long as we're not requiring somebody to do something that's outside of our scope. But I hope the board recognizes this all in going forward.
Yeah. I mean, I would just comment that this is acknowledging that these things are all interconnected. I mean, we're talking about, we have control over, or at least the agencies do, the vehicle fleets that they have, and there's connections between that and pedestrian safety. Relatively minimal, I would think, a rounding error, but it is there. Pervious surfaces, when you calculate, plus parking plus sidewalks, and, it can be an issue. I think it's more an acknowledgement that these are all interconnected.
I think we are taking too many things in with one hand. That's how I feel. It's just not, I agree that I understand that the smaller vehicles and old technology and everything could help for have less pedestrian injury, but it may not belong to this master plan. This is such a broad concept that I don't know much about it, and just one a statement in here, I do not know it would cover it all, and may not even belong it here. If we want to really tackle that, it should be another way to do it. Maybe we should go with the transportation. Maybe we could go with the manufacturing of the cars.
Yeah.
And include it in there rather than bringing it in the master plan. It just doesn't belong here.
There's nothing that the staff brought forward that does not involve pedestrian safety. I agree with that. It's whether these things should be in a separate recommendation to policymakers as opposed to a master plan. Within these recommendations, we didn't talk about, because nobody raised it specifically before in testimony before, is we're recommending requirements for licensing. That's pretty remarkable. And it's certainly appropriate to pedestrian safety. But whether it should be in a master plan is my concern. Director.
With regards to the specific recommendation that is before the board now, we will follow the direction of the board. It sounds like doesn't sound like there's much support of it, but we will allow you all to complete that conversation. I did just want to note, just with regards to the chair's comments related to what is appropriate to include in master plans, just a point of information, not specific to this recommendation, a proposed recommendation. With regards to the earlier discussion about school sites and the placement of school sites, looking for reduced footprints, which could include going higher. That's actually policy direction that is in Thrive, Montgomery 2050. So I did just want to just note, because that issue may come up in the future with the planning board, that there is some existing policy direction related to that topic. So I just wanted to make that one clarification just as part of this public discussion.
That's fine. Whatever's in Thrive is in Thrive, and that's okay. But we're dealing with this master plan now. And by the way, the other routines that seem very directive here are the funding mechanisms as well, which are innovative. Look, the council can make its decision on what it includes or not includes in what's going up. But I just want to caution everybody that this is, I've used the term before, it's a bodacious plan. It is comprehensive in ways that land use planning is beyond comprehensive. To go to licensing is just remarkable to me. Go ahead.
Yep, just so we can move on, because I know we're limited in time here. What we're reviewing now are the edits based on the comments that we received in earlier work sessions. I guess if we can just get a vote on whether or not we want to include this key action or not. And I will say that, you're accurate, Chair Zients, that, ultimately the council will be the ones that decide what goes in and what goes out. But if you take something out, they're not likely to consider putting it back in because they won't know that it won't be included in what we send to them. So just keep that in mind.
I heard the will of the board to go forward.
Yeah, I'd like to keep this in and let them decide whether they're going to take it out.
Go ahead. Are you?
Yeah, I don't think it should be part of, I agree with Chairman Zients, it should not be part of the pedestrian master plan. Thanks.
Yeah, my point was that it shouldn't be either.
All right. So take the vehicle stuff out. That's the only one that I heard
Just
to take
P1.
out.
Yep. Okay, P1E, provide more flexibility in how the county notifies the public of changes to traffic rules. Initially, the recommendation had said to mail a postcard. We removed that.
That's good.
To say notify, to be more broad, if people are comfortable with that. Next, there was a discussion about P4C, but largely about MCPS-related recommendations in general, asking if we had provided MCPS the opportunity to provide comment about this. Staff has provided MCPS multiple opportunities to provide feedback over the years that this plan has been in operation. MCPS, we reached out again after the second work session, and MCPS reached out to express support for maximizing pedestrian and bicycle access to school sites. They just identified several considerations that go into school design, including visibility and safety, accessibility of outdoor spaces, feasibility for future expansion, and the placement of relocatable classrooms. So the response we received from MCPS did not request any changes to plan recommendations. Next, we are updating the graphic in key action P7B to identify the stop bar. The requested change is below. Stop bar with an arrow pointing to it.
That's good.
Great, awesome. P8A, this whole section P8 was added. We had discussed it to increase the number of automated traffic enforcement locations with this text. The key part here was to streamline the discussion of equity and implementation. So the second red paragraph here used to be the entire paragraph, but we've struck everything after the first sentence.
Right, yeah, agreed.
Okay, great. Now we're at the portion of the day. There's like 5 or 10 minutes
okay.
left. Additional discussion topics. I think the chair has gotten into some of this a little bit, but this is an opportunity to discuss or raise any issues that you have about things that were not part of the public testimony that we haven't brought
Thank you. I mean, I got to discuss most of the major medical that I had. I just want, I am not going to be here for when this goes to, is discussed by council. I just wanted the board to be aware that it's a very ambitious plan. And I keep, you know, as critical as I am, and I feel like I'm being overly harsh, it's a terrific plan. It's just tremendous. But now let me go through individual comments that we haven't discussed. Page 15, there's a reference to a certain distance, and I'm going to do this in shorthand just so the staff can comment and come back with it. Page 15, there's some reference to a certain distance. I don't know what distance it is. Page 17, that deals with ADA accessibility. We need to refine that a little bit to make sure that it understands that ADA accepts steep slopes. Table on 44, watch the column headings to make sure that we're talking about the mileage of crosswalks. I'm not sure whether that's the distance of crosswalks or the number of crosswalks. Page 46, there's an equation. I'm not sure that the denominator is really countywide. It should be whatever you should determine it. Page 66, I already talked about buttons, that buttons are not being excluded. Page 75, super blocks. It seems to read that we want new roads to go through super blocks. That certainly is not always appropriate, yet some of the text says it's really mid-block connectors that they want. So just watch out for that language. Maybe come something back on the super blocks. Page 80, you deal with planting on private property, but you should add the next sentence in the description that says what happens on right-of-way. Oh, okay. Page 82 on paper streets, I think we preserve paper streets everywhere now. I don't know that this is a change in policy. If it's the same policy we have, you might note that. Let's see. I did that one. Oh, and I did the brick sidewalk. So I know I'm in shorthand. I just wanted to get it out so that when it comes back, people know that I was asking for that detail. Okay. Any other board members have anything?
I just, the only comment I'm going to make is that I know that at the very beginning, we say that there should be a comprehensive lower speed limit throughout the county, and I don't know whether that's the state policy versus the county policy. I live off Georgia Avenue in the Aspen Hill area, and I mean, they've lowered the speed to 35, but it's really a joke. I mean, when I see people driving, they go at 50. Now, the question is, of course, they put the cameras there, but people know where the cameras are, and then they reduce speed. Those cameras need to be moved around on Georgia Avenue and other areas. Maybe they should have mobile cameras or something, because people game the system. They game it. They don't, and there's not many policemen stopping people. I see only a few every once in a while. And with Waze or whatever application you're using, you know how to game it. You know, they will tell you where the camera is. They will tell you where the police are with the radar. So that, it's just, we make that recommendation, and I know it's a state, it's a county, but unless we take this seriously, it's really not going to impact the zero vision.
They take it so seriously that they're saying make the design relate to the speed.
Exactly.
So that would mean lowering, changing the lane dimensions
Yes.
on Georgia Avenue. So
That
there
would
is
be-
that.
that would be
I
good.
think staff recognizes your
Yeah.
The,
Because I see all the cars going by me.
Yeah.
And I'm keeping 35, and I just,
there is,
what is this?
there is
the same on Belpre Road.
there is
I mean, you know
cognitive-
where the cameras are, and you know how to slow down, and then people speed again.
So we agree with this. You're going to have a project this afternoon, the Tuckerman Lane project, where we have recommendations on posted speeds, and then we also talk about, the project is doing things that will reduce the travel speed of motor vehicles, but there may be additional traffic calming that is needed to really get folks to travel at the
And then
25 mile per hour
on-
speed
On
limit.
this specific issue, you're right, sort of the topic of speed limit reduction is first supporting the state legislation to allow us to lower
Right.
speeds, but then to ensure that those speed limits are actually being followed is to make changes to roadway geometry and other factors. So that's on the slide and the recommendation on the screen.
Yeah, I thought you did a very good job there. Anyone else?
I like that your plan is ambitious, as Chairman Zients characterizes it, and having an ambitious plan is in the best interest of the citizens. With regards to increase of cameras and citations, I am generally against increasing inspector of government to enforce driver behavior. But I know there's a need for sidewalks, and I know there is a need for livable, walkable communities. And so, on a whole, I think this master pedestrian plan is something that the county should embrace. Thank you.
Anything?
I like the ambition. I have no problems with cameras. More cameras. More tickets.
And look, I admit to being old school.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just for the purposes of the record, I would like to point out, as George Carlin once said, everyone who drives slower than you is an idiot, and everyone who drives faster than you is a maniac. Thank you.
That is a great quote. All right, I think we have direction, so we can possibly finish this up at the next session. My compliments to staff, really. Just terrific work. And, please, nothing is personal here. I just have a philosophy that everybody should know about too, and if it's not the will of the board, I'm fine. I'm still willing to endorse this plan as the will of the body. Okay? With that, I think we'll recess till, excuse me?
You're going into closed session.
Can I have a motion to go into closed session? Well, before we do that, we'll come back at 1:20. Is that a good time? All right.
Are we getting a lunch break?
We're going, lunch is at closed, we'll do lunch at closed session.
I need to buy a Mother's Day card.
I can motion.
I think I have to read it.
Chairman,
According to Maryland Annotated Code General Provisions, Article 3-305B7, consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. Topic to be discussed, proposed disposition of 780 and 710 Wisconsin Avenue, Bethesda. Do I have that motion?
I'll move that we go into closed session to consult with counsel.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
We'll go in closed session and come back out at 1:20. Good afternoon. I'd like to, this is the planning board on May 11th. I'd like a motion to come out of closed session.
Move that we come out of closed session.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, 5-0. We are now on item 11, disposition of 7800 and 7810 Wisconsin Avenue properties. Before we have substantive discussion, can I make a motion myself? Yes. Okay. I would like to move that we defer this item until June 8th.
I will second that, Mr. Chair.
All right, I think the reason for the delay is to give the Parks Department an opportunity to have more public conversations about this topic. We've been notified of some interest in it. I know they've been out there before. We're being asked to have more time for this, and I am sensitive to that request. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Can we have discussion?
Oh, yeah, sure, I'm sorry.
All right.
I didn't.
I have faith in the professionals in this agency, and I believe they've done their due diligence with regards to this matter, and I don't find any reason why there should be a delay.
Anybody else for discussion?
No, I like to support the.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mitra.
I am with Member Commissioner Bartley. I believe that the delay would not add any more value to what the Parks Department has already done. Based on the process, it seems to me that they have done as much as outreach as possible. So I would not go with this motion.
Okay.
I tend to agree with the chair that it's important to have a more public participation, particularly see whether there's other property owners who might be interested in this property. So I do trust the staff and the work. I think they have done a very good job, the Parks Department. But I think it might be a good opportunity to open it up and both to the community and to the developers and see whether there's more interested in this particular land.
And I'll just say that, you know, I never know of, wouldn't suspect that the Parks Department could change opinions if somebody has a strong opinion on retaining this particular property. But it can explain their reasons more thoroughly out there and then come to some conclusion. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
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 That's 2-3. Okay, we are now in the substance of this conversation. We'll hear from the Parks Department first and go forward from there.
So, good afternoon. I'm Mike Riley, Director of the Parks Department. I'll make some brief remarks before turning it over to our real estate manager, Brenda Sandberg, who will go through some slides on this land disposition. The main point I want to make is that land dispositions are fairly rare for the Parks Department, and this particular one is very unique and different because instead of buying a parcel of land on a block as parkland, the record shows that we bought it to influence the ultimate outcome of a park that is recommended in the Bethesda downtown master plan. One thing I have learned in recent years is that the achievement of new urban parks and our population centers is outrageously complicated and difficult and somewhat of a new horizon for the Parks Department, very different than decades ago when large tracts of land would subdivide and we would simply ask for our acreage and dedication and then go ahead and build a park. So we did do something new, bold, and aggressive here. As Brenda will explain, we've been at it for 2 years to figure out how to make it work, and we came to the conclusion we could not make this option on this block work. I do want to add that I'm very proud of the Parks Department's projects on the other all the actual civic greens, the 3 that were recommended in the Bethesda downtown plan. You've been briefed and had sessions on what's going on with the parks, the parking lots behind the Farm Women's Market. That is moving towards an implementation phase. We quickly acquired land in concert with the Purple Line for the Capitol Crescent Civic Green in Bethesda Row, which we will immediately redevelop. We will develop into a world-class urban park as soon as the Purple Line pulls out. And then, of course, this one today, where we bought the real estate asset, but are recommending going in a different direction. I just did want to touch on the discussion the board just had about more community engagement and this issue of transparency versus confidentiality. I mean, the truth is the difficult position the Parks Department is in with community engagement on real estate transactions is there's just certain things we can't discuss with community members, things about property valuations, and developments that will be going through the regulatory process are things that we really can't get into the weeds on. But that said, there has been significant conversation with a lot of community members who have been interested in this over the last few months, including all the way up to myself and the chair, and visits to the Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee. So we have basically shared what we can share about why we have gotten to this point, and Brenda will cover that in her presentation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brenda.
Thank you, Mike. For the record, Brenda Sandberg, the Real Estate Management Supervisor in the Montgomery County Department of Parks. As Mike said, it is not typical for us to be bringing a land disposition, but this is not a typical property or a typical situation. To summarize, what I'll be talking to you about today is that Parks acquired 2 parcels in 2020, 2021 to support the creation of one of those 3 civic greens, specifically the Veterans Park Civic Green. We intended to use that parcel as an asset to negotiate with the adjacent property owners to try and create the civic green in one of the several locations identified in the Bethesda design guidelines. We viewed that parcel as buying those 2 parcels as buying us a seat at the table to try and negotiate to get the park where we wanted it to be. After about 2.5 to 3 years of negotiations, we've come to the conclusion that's just not feasible to create the park that would meet the Bethesda downtown plan vision and purpose for a civic green on this block. It is a highly constrained block. The Parks Department is requesting that the Planning Board approve selling the parcels for $10.3 million. That is a $700,000 increase over what we paid for the properties in 2020 and 21. So the property held up as an asset over time. And we want to reiterate that the Parks Department remains committed to pursuing implementation of a Veterans Park Civic Green per the guidance in the downtown plan and the design guidelines. And now I'll get into a little more detail about all of those items. This is just an aerial photo to show you what we're talking about here. You can see Veterans Park on the left side of the screen. It's a triangular piece of County DOT road right-of-way that is managed by the Bethesda Urban Partnership as a public park, mostly plaza with some landscaping. You can see the two parcels outlined in red. Those are the two parcels at 7800 and 7810 Wisconsin Avenue that were acquired in 2020 and 2021. They make up the southeastern corner of what is one of the smallest blocks in downtown Bethesda, if not the smallest block. To give a little bit of history about how we got to where we are today, the Civic Green was identified in the Bethesda Downtown Plan that was approved back in 2017. It was recommended to be a major civic gathering space at the entrance to the Woodmont Triangle area from the Wisconsin Avenue corridor. The concept that was outlined in the master plan was that it would be a green open space that would complement the hardscape of the existing Veterans Park. And the purpose for the Civic Green would be to provide support for formal and special events in that part of downtown Bethesda, to accommodate active programming to serve the community, and provide flexible open space and seating for casual everyday use in the fast-growing downtown Bethesda community. Overlapping with development of the master plan, there were the Bethesda Design Guidelines. They were approved by the Planning Board in July 2017. It looked at in a little more detail and gave a little more, fleshed out the recommendations from the sector plan as to what were the options for the Civic Green. The two primary recommendations that came out of that is that the primary amenity that needs to be in this park to meet the purposes identified in the master plan is that there be a large, flexible green space. The second thing is that the design guidelines laid out 4 specific options where you could potentially locate the future Civic Green. So it laid out options that we could evaluate moving forward during the implementation phase. As we entered the implementation phase, Parks was involved in discussions with planning staff, with property owners, and a lot of people in this area. We ended up having an opportunity to acquire these 2 parcels from the Goldberg Trusts owned the 2 parcels. In March 26 of 2020, the Planning Board approved the recommendation to acquire this property as a real estate asset to negotiate to get the ultimate park that we are desiring. Specifically, I want to point out 2 phrases and pieces of language from that 2020 action, which was attached to the open session memo here today. The resolution states that the property will provide the real estate assets necessary to create the future Veterans Park Civic Green. Traditionally, when we're buying a piece of land to turn it into a park, we say we're buying this land to add to X park, or we're buying this land to actually build the new urban recreational park or whatever type of park. We actually are very specific. We chose to use the term real estate asset in this case because we were not promising to build a park on that exact property. We had a different purpose in mind for it. And the second thing is that the board did approve a second staff recommendation in that memo from 2020 that says that staff was approved to enter into discussions with the adjacent landowners to negotiate land exchanges or other real estate transactions to fulfill the Bethesda Downtown Plan goal of creating the Veterans Park Civic Green. So once we entered implementation negotiations with various property owners on the block, after we had acquired the parcels, we hired a consultant to help us with these very complex real estate analyses as to what's appropriate, what could work, what was financially, physically feasible. Market analysis, development feasibility analysis, site test fits, review of pro formas. That work went on for an over 2-year period. We were in negotiations with some property owners who were a consortium on the northern half of the block in the area that's more or less shown as the option 2 in green on this graphic. We had biweekly internal meetings for 2 years to determine how we were going forward with this, and extensive meetings on a regular basis with that development team on the northern half of the block to see if there was a way to leverage this piece of land to create the park that would meet the goals of the master plan. After this very lengthy analysis, park staff came to 3 conclusions. First, that it was not feasible to create the park on this block to specifically meet the purposes as laid out in the sector plan for the Civic Green, not for an urban plaza, but for the Civic Green recommendation. That Parks came to the conclusion that pursuing a Civic Green on what is identified as the option 3 location in the Bethesda downtown guidelines is the best path forward for us to actually create the Civic Green that the master plan recommended. And because of those two conclusions, that it is appropriate to dispose of 7800 7010 Wisconsin, to return the funds into the Bethesda Park Impact Payment Account to support future park implementation efforts, including trying to acquire the properties in the option 3 location. To refresh the board's memory and to explain what the next steps are for the disposition process. First, today would be the approval of the planning board resolution in open session, should you so vote. If you vote approval of the planning board resolution today, this will be in front of the full commission, which is a necessary second step in a disposition for commission property. That's currently scheduled for May 17th, next week. After the commission approves it, we then move into finalizing all the legal documents that would put together the agreements. The final legal documents would be executed by the executive director, and then we would move into implementing settlement and return of the funds to the Bethesda PIP account based on the terms of the negotiated agreement. The critical next step, as far as once as the disposition is moving forward, is that to move forward to try and implement the Veterans Park Civic Green on the option 3 location, which we believe is the best, most functional location to pursue creating the Civic Green Park. We've already started some initial outreach due to confidentiality. I cannot share anything else, but we are going to aggressively pursue acquisition of those parcels to move forward to create the third of the 3 Civic Greens in downtown Bethesda. So what we're asking the board to approve today is to approve Montgomery County Planning Board Resolution Number 23-051 to recommend that the full commission approve the sale of the commission properties at 7800 7810 Wisconsin Avenue to Crescent Acquisitions LLC for $10,300,000, and to return the proceeds of the land sale to the Bethesda Park Impact Payment Capital Project to be used for expenditures on park acquisition and development projects within the Bethesda downtown boundary. And we're here to answer any questions.
Could you define not feasible in your, one of your slides that reached that conclusion?
It was hard to come up with a word to describe it. There were physical constraints to the block that if we were going to trade that asset for a different piece of land and allow a developer on the block to build underground parking or to do this and do that and result in the block, the fact that it was such a small block made it very difficult for our asset to give enough space to create a building that was financially feasible, and that's why we had a consultant to help us review all the pro formas by a potential developer on this block, but then also create the park and give it to the Parks Department that would meet the vision of the sector plan. So the physical constraints of the block being small, the fact that there's different zoning heights on the northern half of the block compared to the southern half of the block, that played a role in that. Again, a lot of the detailed real estate negotiations that went on for 2.5 years, again, they're confidential, so we can't give you the performers or the details legally that explain the exact reasons. But we spent a long time and took a lot of careful look. We tried very hard to make that asset turn into the park that would work for parks and for the master plan on that block. And at the end of 2.5 years, came to the conclusion it could not happen. A park could occur on the parcels we already own, but it would be an urban plaza. It would be small. It would not meet the vision of the master plan for a civic green that works together with the existing Veterans Park, either right across the street or nearby or immediately adjacent, to fulfill the vision for the future. So Parks staff feel quite strongly that the best park for the future, for downtown Bethesda, for the long-term future, is to pursue the land immediately adjacent to the Veterans Park Civic Green.
And why, if you go back to your slide that had the colored areas, why couldn't you purchase the portion of the blue area that's equal to the rectangular of the red area along Woodmont Avenue
Correct.
on the southern side?
Correct. It is, just like we're trying to go after the option 3, it is theoretically possible that we could acquire that. However, after we did that, and after we spent all the parks money to develop a park along that southern half of the block, there would still be constraints from it being on that small block, from it being immediately adjacent to the noise of Wisconsin Avenue and the heavy truck traffic, that would make it very difficult to build a civic green that would function as a civic green. And that is a design and how to design and operate a park that gets into the design and operation of public parks in urban areas.
Other board? Commissioner Bartley?
Yeah, I like the strategy that you employed back in 2020 to utilize this parcel as a potential park or an asset. And based on the information that you've provided today, it looks as though that idea and strategy has worked.
What is on option 3 right now? It looks like there's a building there.
There are a series of 4 two-story commercial buildings that are mostly occupied,
Okay. All right, thank you.
but it has similar zoning to the parcels over on this block that
I
would
see.
allow very large buildings to be built in the future, should they be assembled by a developer.
No other speakers? I'll entertain a motion.
All right. I move that we approve, let me make sure that I get the right, approve the resolution MCPB number 23-051 for the disposition of the properties in Wisconsin.
I second.
Okay.
And I third that.
We have a motion, a second, and a third. Again, I will vote against only because I think this is a little bit premature and that we could have possibly relieved some anxiety by waiting.
Well, I don't, in furtherance of discussion, I don't think it's premature. I think that the idea and the strategy that the executives of this commission put forward have worked. They will realize a net gain from the sale of this property, and those funds will be used to develop another park.
And can I just add to it? Because I believe that, number one, they purchased these, these properties for negotiation to get the best option for the civic green. And it looks like that option 3 would be the best option that would satisfy the requirements of the master plan. And I trust that the Parks Department has followed the whole processes that they could and were able for outreach. That's why that I support this position.
I'm going to vote against it, partly because I think we need to open up the process, we need more transparency, and we need more community involvement. And I think the idea of allowing the Parks Department and allowing us as the commissioners to spend maybe another month on this process would satisfy some of the issues that are still out there in terms of, how much involvement there's been.
Commissioner Hedrick.
I want to just commend the Parks Department for the creativity in using this. I think this is a good strategy. I think agree with Commissioner Bartley that it's worked at this point. Real estate's tough overall. I think that this is a good strategy. There's going to be, the money's going back into the PIP fund, and I think we'll get a better park out of it in the end. So I don't see any real reason to delay.
I would like to address Mr. Piñero's comment with regards to transparency. I believe that the process that the commission and its professionals have gone through has been transparent, but Mr. Riley pointed out accurately that you have to balance transparency with confidentiality, and the ability to complete a deal in this nature requires a confidentiality, and it is not in opposition to transparency. And taking into consideration that a agency such as ours has taken an idea to use an asset or purchase an asset for the opportunity of acquiring other properties to build a better park that meets the Bethesda plan with regards to parks, and that there's a net gain, that it is in the benefit of the public that this transaction take place. It is rare that the government buys something and that purchase is successful. And taking into consideration the amount of time from 2020 to 2023, that there will be a net gain, and that gain will be a benefit to the surrounding community, I think that the process has worked.
I agree with Mr. Bartley in the sense that, of course, a real estate disposition and acquisition is a confidential process. But I also believe in transparency, that more people need to be reached. And 1 month is not going to make much of a difference in terms of reaching out to other people who might be interested in the site, other than, the adjacent property owner. So that's how I feel. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Mitra?
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay, I hate to do it, but I feel obliged for the sake of future conversations with the neighborhood.
Well, one of the things I'd like to say is.
By the way, the motion is 3-2.
3-2, but
Motion carries.
I respect the position of Chairman Zients and Mr. Piñero, especially taking into consideration that they will be departing from the board soon. And so.
Right,
but
it won't be us.
Yeah, it won't be
As the
you.
chairman.
But I appreciate your position. But I think, again, that this transaction and the idea and strategy has paid off.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, I mean, it's not because I'm leaving the board that I've taken the position.
No, it would be
I mean,
the opposite.
that it's part of it, but also from what I've listened from the staff, and I think they have done a really good job, but I think, I kind of believe that it needs to be a little bit more open, the process, partly because it's out there already.
Thank you for that. I would have liked more time for everybody, but the will of the board is the will of the board, and we'll proceed. That concludes this item. We're ready to go. Good afternoon. It's May 11th, 2023. You're at the Planning Board on a beautiful sunny day. We are on item 6, briefing on round 10 discussion at cooperative forecasting at COG, 2020 to 2050. We have Mr. Lee, who's presenting today.
Good afternoon, Planning Board. For the record, I am James Lee, forecaster and demographic research specialist.
And I'm Ben Kraft, research planner.
It is our pleasure today to present an informational briefing to the Planning Board on the Round 10 MWCOG Cooperative Forecast. And before I start, I just want to say that this has been the culmination of more than a year's worth of work. And so we are very, very happy to get to the end of this process and to be able to provide the results of this forecast to you. And just before I start the briefing, I just wanted to say a little bit about what MWCOG is. So it is the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, which is an independent nonprofit association comprised of 300 elected officials from 24 local governments, the Maryland and Virginia state legislatures, and U.S. Congress, and they bring area leaders together to address major regional issues in the District of Columbia, suburban Maryland, and Northern Virginia. And I also want to note that the numbers that we are presenting today for the Round 10 forecast are still technically considered to be in draft form. The reason for this is because the COG Board of Directors, even though they have presented the numbers at their last 2 meetings in April and also yesterday, they have presented those publicly. They have not approved those numbers yet. However, the forecast numbers have been approved by COG's Planning Directors Technical Advisory Committee. And with that, I will go ahead and proceed with the briefing here. So the briefing agenda today, just to start off with, I'll have a brief discussion about the cooperative forecast process, a little bit of the overview, and then I will proceed with the forecast overview for how we, Montgomery County, do the forecast. And then I will turn it over to Mr. Kraft to discuss the employment forecast, and then Mr. Kraft will turn it back to me to discuss the population and households forecast, and then we will reach the end for a question and answer session. All right. So first of all, what is the cooperative forecast? So the Cooperative Forecast Program was established by COG in 1975, and it provides a set of long-range household population and employment projections for the Washington, D.C. area and its local jurisdictions. And so over the years, many entities have used the forecast for planning activities such as modeling growth and demand for public facilities, transportation and air quality modeling, and market analysis by the private sector. And the cooperative forecasting occurs in rounds that occur approximately every 5 years, and the forecasting horizon for each round is typically about a 30-year period, and where the numbers are forecasted out in 5-year intervals. And for this round 10, our forecast horizon spans from 2020 to 2050. And this slide just shows the different rounds going all the way back to the 1970s, in which Montgomery County has participated in. And as you can see, there are also some sub-rounds here, which are just minor adjustments to the major rounds as well. And again, round 10 is the most recent round.
Full disclosure, I was involved in round 1.
No. Thank you, Chair Zients. And this shows the jurisdictions that currently participate in the cooperative forecasting program. And so it is pretty much all the counties in the suburban Washington area, along with the District of Columbia. And the cities of Rockville and Gaithersburg also produce their own forecasts that are part of Montgomery County's projection totals. Montgomery Planning does the forecast for the rest of the county, including City of Tacoma Park and areas covered by other municipalities that have their own zoning authority. This graph shows this is just a basic overview of the cooperative forecasting process. Many analysts and planners from different jurisdictions are involved with the forecasting process. We are part of what's called the COG Cooperative Forecasting and Data Subcommittee. And so for each round, we come together to work on the forecast. Again, the general process here in the blue box, COG will create their own econometric model for employment, population, and households. And these are the regional totals for the entire metropolitan Washington region. In the red box below, where it says local forecasts, this is the process where each of the local jurisdictions create the employment, population, and households forecast for their own jurisdictions. And then further along the process, where you see the box that says reconciliation, this is where the jurisdictions and COG will come together to talk about the differences between the regional econometric model results and then the results for their own jurisdictions. Now, typically, during the reconciliation process, the local jurisdictions will attempt to get the sum of the jurisdictional totals within 3% of COG's econometric model results. For this round, for round 10, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the results were a little skewed, and COG decided to relax that 3% requirement. And then lastly, at the end of the process, here in the green box, where it says regional forecast jurisdictions, small areas, this is where the jurisdictions allocate their totals for employment, population, and households to smaller geographies, which are called transportation analysis zones, or TAZs. This table shows the round 10 projections for the entire DC area. This was actually presented yesterday at the COG Board of Directors meeting. So just to walk through the results a little bit, again, this is for the metropolitan Washington region. For employment, the forecast increases by about 1 million, from 3.2 million to 4.1 million in 2050. For population, the increase is about 1.5 million for the 30-year period, from 5.7 million to 7.2 million. For households, the increase is about 700,000, from 2.1 million to 2.8 million. The next section, very briefly, we'll just talk a little bit about the forecasting process for Montgomery County specifically. Again, this is just an overview, and in the next sections for the employment and population households, we'll dive a little bit more into the methodology. So Montgomery County's forecasting approach uses two broad methods. The top-down approach creates county-level totals for projected households, employment, and population from 2020 to 2050. And again, later on, we'll provide some information about the methodology for the top-down piece of the process. The bottom-up approach allocates the household population and employment numbers to the transportation analysis zones, the TAZs. And the allocation process is based on an analysis of information from different sources, including our development pipeline, adopted zoning, our adopted master plans, and various discussions with our planning staff. And then we also reviewed different pieces of information on things like residential and commercial vacancy rates, average household sizes, in order to understand how to allocate the totals to the TAZs, to the smaller geographies. And here, I will go ahead and hand it off to Mr. Kraft.
Okay, so for the record, again, I'm Ben Kraft, Research Planner at Research and Strategic Projects here. And so I guess without further ado, let's just jump right into the actual forecast. So right now, I'm going to start with the top-down part of the employment forecast. Be spending most of the time on that, and then we'll do a little bit on the bottom-up parts. But basically, this is the employment forecast here. We are projecting almost 143,000 new jobs over the next 30 years, which is an increase of about 29%, so a little less than 1% per year.
Do you have a reason why your total percentage increases is less than the total percentage increase for employment on the region? We're getting a lesser share.
Yeah, that is probably, that pretty much keeps it in line with, well, our share, we're projecting that our share is going to fall a little bit, kind of stabilize, and I'll get to this in a bit, and then increase. Basically, it's kind of keeping up with the region at a slightly, it's 1% less than a region than the region per year. Just given that those are the trends have been that we've been kind of losing a share relative to the region, but that seems to be stabilizing. So
I guess following up with what the chair asked, so when you do the projections, I mean, you're obviously taking into account you're making a lot of assumptions, about the growth, but you do go back in history, let's say the last few years to kind of, since you're saying there's been a pattern that, some of the region, let's say Montgomery County has lost job compared to Northern Virginia or whatever, you take that into consideration?
Yeah, the next few slides are going to be all about how we go through that process.
Okay.
So yeah, basically, so before we get to that, which I will very shortly, is we're just telling you how we derive our base year estimate. How many jobs do we actually have now? So we have to put a lot of different data sources together to get there. The first and the main one is just wage and salary employment, people getting, paid wages from an employer. And that is most of the jobs, it's people covered by the unemployment insurance program, and that we get that from a Bureau of Labor Statistics series so that's kind of the bulk of the employment. But we also have to adjust for those handful of cases where workers are not covered by the unemployment insurance program. We take that from another Bureau of Labor Statistics job series, and we kind of create a factor out of that, add that to the total. Of course, we also have to capture the self-employed workers, unpaid family workers like au pairs. This would cover also gig workers, people that make money in some other, or get paid for their work, but don't get an actual, a W-2. So we estimate that using the American Community Survey, create a factor for that. And then, of course, we have to take into account our military bases and installations where we have estimates from the Department of Defense and their base populations that we use for that. So we put all those together, and we come up with our base total for 2020, which was about 493,000 jobs in 2020. And so here we go, getting to what the other things we look at. So of course, we look at the past rate of growth. And so what you can see here, and it shouldn't really come as any surprise to those who follow kind of the economy in the region or Montgomery County. We had pretty rapid growth 1970 to 1980. Then even, that was growing really fast, 16% a year. Then 1980 to 2000, still growing fairly robustly, 3% a year. And then once we get to the new millennium, since 2000, we've been pretty stagnant. And then, of course, once once COVID hit, we basically lost 2 decades worth of growth, even with that stagnant rate. So yeah, we had to keep that. We accounted for that. But also, of course, are still projecting that there will be growth, as we come out of this. Other things we took into account. So that's the historical part. And we looked at other, historical series too. This is just kind of one of the main examples. But we wanted to also just see some other forecasts. There, of course, are other forecasts from Montgomery County. We purchased one from Woods and Poole, which is a economics analytics firm, and just to give us a guideline. And really what the chart's showing here is their year-over-year % growth. So it shows a declining number, but it's not an actual decline in employment. It's a decline in the rate of employment. And yeah, what it amounts to is the same thing, about a 1% annualized growth and that's actually from 2021 to 2050. So if you stretch that back to 2020, it's a slightly less than 1% annualized growth. So things tend to be converging in this, in kind of this area that we're in. Now, to the share, again, that is one of the things we looked at. So as you've alluded to, we were a much higher share, up around 18% of the region's employment Montgomery County captured in 2000. That has shrunk fairly significantly to 15.7% in 2020. And what we're forecasting is that we will probably shrink a little, or shrink in terms of our share of the region employment a bit more, but as our neighbors, especially our kind of suburban and exurban neighbors, kind of hit the point where we've hit, we're a more older inner suburban county. We had this kind of period that some of our other suburbs have much more recently and currently are going with much more rapid employment growth. As that cycle kind of ends, we anticipate that the shares will kind of stabilize a bit, and so possibly even our share may increase a little bit because there will just be a need for more infill growth as the rest of the region becomes built out. So that's kind of our thinking of that part. And then, of course, the region. The COG got contracted with ICF to do what we call the econometric model. So to do a regional employment model, which also projected about 1% growth for the region. So we're basically keeping up with that with our ultimate forecast. And so just to give you this in context, these are previous rounds of forecasting, so all the way back to round 7.2. So our rate of growth, as you can see, the actual number, if not the rate, the rates of growth kind of varied a little bit, but the ultimate numbers as we go forward keep getting lower because we move through those 2 decades worth of really expecting growth not happening. So we've been revising down. We are still here revising down, but the rate hasn't changed significantly, but the actual ultimate number, because we're starting from so much of a lower place due to the pandemic, the end point is going to be lower than what previous forecasts had shown. So I mean, again, we lost close to a decade of employment. We've gained even more back since then, so we're closer to where we were pre-pandemic, if not possibly hitting that level already, but still that we lost a few years worth of growth. And then this just is basically the same chart, but you can see the numbers. So in some, we had over 40% growth in round 7.2 and 8.4. That was revised down to this about 30.5% growth from round 9.2, and we're really only down 1.5% from that at 29%. But again, the number, the gap between the two is a little wider due to the decline. And then finally, to this is just the bottom-up part of it, where we look at, want to confirm this top-down or kind of like, calibrate it with looking at these small areas, the TASs, to see where this growth will be and if it agrees with the top-down forecast. And so this is basically where, I mean, this is just a map of, the darker it gets, kind of the more the more growth. And this isn't a per acre, jobs per acre basis, so it's not an absolute. But the main activity centers are downtowns, Bethesda, downtown Silver Spring, Great Seneca Science Corridor, White Flint, or I guess North Bethesda now, are the places with these, and these are basically the same places that we're forecasting for having the most growth in the previous round, 9.2. This hasn't changed much. The growth is going to be focused in these activity centers. So that hasn't changed. There are a few places where the growth, although still positive, is not quite as projected to be as robust as it was in the previous round, but that's mainly because in those places, like for example, in Clarksburg where they had the outlets, White Oak where the FDA campus is, the growth that accounted for the high forecast has happened between the two rounds of forecasting. So there just isn't as much left. So we take into account those developments and, anticipated developments in doing this. So yeah, I mean, this is essentially, this is where we expect the growth to happen. And I believe with that, we can move on to population and households.
Okay, thank you. And again, for the record, James Lee, forecaster and demographic research specialist. I will talk about the population and household forecast piece. Again, same format, going over the numbers first, and then the methodology, and then we'll end with a map of the TAS level results. And then we'll move to a summary of the employment, population, and household forecast. So for our round 10 results for population, our increase for population is about 189,000 for the 30-year period. So we're starting off with about 1,061,000 in 2020, and we are anticipating or projected to hit 1.25 million in population by 2050. And then for households, we are expected to increase from about 386,000 to 474,000 by 2050. So an increase of almost 88,000, or about 23%. And this slide goes into the methodology. Let me go ahead and just provide some explanation to the equations on this slide here. So the method that we use to project households and, project population and households is called the age cohort component of change model. So let me go ahead and explain the first equation, which is used to project population. We start with a base population, and then we add the projected number of births, subtract out the projected number of deaths, add in the projected amount of net migration to get a projected population 5 years later. So again, we're working in 5-year increments with this forecast.
And how do you determine net migration?
Net migration, I will get to that in a second, but essentially the method is what's called the vital statistics method. And I will explain that shortly here. So. Before I do that, let me jump into the second equation, which actually projects the households. The projected population at the end of the 5-year period is multiplied by what's called the headship rate. The headship rate is essentially the percentage of people in the population who are household heads. You multiply that factor by the population to get the number of projected households. The reason being is that the assumption is that you only have one household head per household, so it's a one-to-one relationship. And the projections for population and households are repeated again in in 5-year intervals. And let me jump in to the next couple of slides, which will answer your question, Chair Zients, about net migration. This slide and the next slide gives you a small sample of the information, the data that we actually looked at. So for population growth, we do see a trend of a decreasing rate over the years. So this spans from 1950 to the actual population in 2020, and then we're projecting out to 2050 here. And as you can see, in the 50s, the 60s, it's a growth rate of over 100% to 50%, and then that has steadily decreased to 9% within the last decade during the 2010s. And we are projecting an increase by decade of 5 to 6%. With the 2020s, it's a slightly lower rate than the 2030s, and it's because of our population loss in the last year or so, at least during 2020 to 2021, COVID-related. And the next slide, I'll jump into the components of population change, and I'll talk a little bit more about some of our assumptions for births, deaths, and migration. So this shows the components of population change. We looked at data that actually extended further back than the 2010s, so actually going back to at least 2000, even further. Again, population changes because of births and deaths, the combination of which are described as natural increase. And then with migration, you have outmigration and net migration, which are in combination called net migration. So for births, our assumptions were, when we looked at the data, there was a general trend of decreasing birth rates, but we also had a bit of a bump during the 2005 to 2010 period before it decreased again. Another trend that we saw is that women generally were giving birth at older ages, so the birth rates were they were increasing a little bit for the 35+ group, just a little bit, while they were decreasing for the 35 and under group. And for deaths, the trend has been, or at least for death rates, the trend has been increasing survival, at least among the older ages. So for much younger groups, certainly the survival rate from 1 year to the next is 99.99%. So not much improvement, or there's not much room for improvement there. But for our older ages, especially the 65+ group, certainly you do see an increasing survival rate. So we factor that into our population projections as well. For net migration, the method that we used, again, is called the vital statistics method. What that essentially, how we essentially calculated the rate is that we looked at the historical data, we calculated out what the population would have been just from natural increase, and then compared it to the actual population, and the difference, a residual, is used to calculate a net migration rate. And then we applied, or we used that information to create a projected rate for net migration moving forward. And again, another thing that I'll point out is that the rates for births, deaths, net migration, these are age-specific, so there's a reason why the model is called the age cohort component model, because, again, the rates vary by age for each of these demographic components. This slide here, I'll talk about population, and then I'll move on to households. Again, this is essentially like the slide with employment, where we compare the results for different rounds. The change from round to round is not as drastic as you saw with the employment forecasts. But essentially, it's a similar pattern where with each successive round, the absolute amount of change during the forecast horizon and the percentage change decreases, again, with each successive round. So that, for example, with round 9.2, we were projecting an increase of about 208,000 people over a 30-year period, 21% increase. But again, round 10, we are projecting only 189,000 with an 18% increase. The next slide here shows the household forecasts. And again, it's a similar story, slightly lower absolute change and percentage change with each successive round. Although, as you know, you can see here with round 10, we're actually projecting about the same amount of 30-year change, that 87,700. It's about the same, a little slightly higher than what was projected in 9.2. So there is a bit of a convergence in terms of the numbers between 9.2 and round 10 in the 2040s. And the next two slides here, these are the maps with the test level results. I'll talk a little bit more at length on this one on the population because the next one is on households and the results are pretty much similar because of the strong relationship between households and population. So what you see here, again, similar to 9.2, the places where we expect or anticipate growth are the places that are projected to have more growth in households and population. So in places like Bethesda, Silver Spring, White Flint, North Bethesda, and then going up the I-270 corridor, and then also over in the White Oak area. And these are all places where we are focusing our growth within the large and medium activity centers and along our major corridors. And again, this map and the next one as well on households, it's standardized by change per acre. But again, as you can see, the places with the largest amount of standardized change are our activity centers and our major corridors. And again, this next slide, a similar result with households. Strong growth in our large and medium activity centers and along our major corridors as well. And just to summarize, so again, this shows all of our forecast numbers for round 10. So again, just to reiterate, our employment numbers are going to increase by, or we are anticipating an increase by about 143,000 or 29% over the next 30 years. Population, an increase of about 189,000 of about 18%. And for households, about 88,000 with a 23% increase. And at this point, we are going to conclude the briefing, and we are happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee, and thank you, Mr. Kraft. Appreciate this is a very good presentation. I think, we're looking at the numbers, a lot of the number, of course, there's a lot of assumptions behind it and historical descriptive information. I'll start by asking a question. I mean, sometimes, when we look at employment and population increase, 29% doesn't seem quite a lot in 30 years, but a lot of it depends on decisions that we make in terms of, as they say, if you build it, they will come. And that's, a lot of it has to do with the housing deficit that we have. And I know that COG over the years have said, you guys have a deficit of whatever. I mean, I've seen different numbers, 60,000, 70,000 of the need for affordable housing and market housing. You know, I'm aware that we're competing with DC and Northern Virginia in terms of attracting population and attracting employment. But let me ask you something, because I know that you're using some of the data that, first of all, I mean, we know that the census undercounts the immigrant population. It's very hard getting immigrant population, and we may have much more than what the census says or whatever other sources you use. And in terms of employment, there's also a lot of undercount because of the informal economy. The cash, basically, people pay with cash, they receive cash. A lot of it is not reported. The underground economy, it happens in the county. So to what extent, let's say, you know, you're making the assumptions that, you know, we're making decisions here about, you know, development all the time, and I've seen a lot of growth in terms of the emphasis that we're giving for housing construction and housing production. To what extent could you take that into consideration in the sense that, you know, like I said before, if we build it, they will come. And if we build it at an affordable rate, even more, you know, I am sure that when people make a choice, a decision, where am I going to be? Am I going to be in DC? Am I going to be in Northern Virginia? They look at price, especially young folks. So to what extent can you build that into the model? Or is that already built into the model? Is there certain normative parts that you can, when you're making projections, you can say, well, you know, given the trends, you know, there might be more population growth in the county than 29% in 30 years. I just throw out the question.
Yeah.
It's a tough
Do you
one.
want to answer the question on
Happy
employment?
to.
I'll answer the population piece.
Yeah, and I think the answers kind of overlap. I mean, you know, in the abstract, theoretically, this is kind of intended, it's not a set of targets.
This is how things are right now and how you expect them to grow.
Yeah, we are kind of, in a sense, trying to isolate ourselves from all of these things, because that's kind of the point of this, because then there's separate exercises to create those targets. You know, we want to grow this much, we need this much housing. Now, realistically, you know, we work here, we live here, and we understand these things. I think they are concretely based in decisions that have been made. In basically the recent past, we talked to our colleagues about master plans and you know, their expectations for the development, and a lot of those decisions have been made in this context of, well, we need more housing and we need more jobs and things like that. So in that sense, it is baked into it, but we're not, as we are going forward, we're trying to kind of be the you know, the kind of detached you know, observer, and just kind of focus on trends and what trends in the past have shown us, and what these kind of, you know, overall trends.
If things stay as they are, they will grow in the next 30 years.
Yeah.
Like you're predicting.
Yeah, and we also we recognize that these can be revised, and that's the thing you know, and they not can be, will be every few years. So we can always, as we see those dynamics changing, we can always adjust. So.
Okay.
And let me tackle the question about the undercount. So full disclosure, I actually used to work with the federal government in immigration. So the undercount issue was something that was fully on our minds, but that was something that there are no good data sources on what the undercount is. There are some ideas as to how much the undercount should be. But again, the data sources put out by Census Bureau and other academics, for example, are they reliable? Maybe or maybe not. But that is something that I did consider for the population and household forecast. Now, but again, in terms of how much of that gets worked in there, this is a forecast. It's an exercise to, understand how much more we'll be getting in terms of people, new residents and households. That it's very difficult to gauge.
Yeah. Okay. I think Commissioner Bradley, you have a question?
Bartley.
Bartley, sorry.
Yep. So can you define households for me in comparing it to population?
In terms of what.
So you
who
had a
forms that?
graph and you're showing population and you're showing households. So
Let's
you're
go back to that
projecting
graph.
households and you're projecting population. Just define households for me. Thanks.
Okay, so we start with the projected population, and the headship rate is it's the percentage of the population who are household heads, and that's based on historical information.
So it's not units, it means like family unit. It's not individual dwelling places, but it's the actual family unit.
It's the actual household unit. So
Okay.
the entirety of the group of people that live within a housing unit.
In a dwelling place, okay. Then the next question is, the useful information that you presented, how should the board use it in making decisions, taking into consideration the best interests of our fellow county citizens?
Well, I think, first of all, I do want to highlight that the forecast was, it provides a lot of information and a lot of new information as well, given that we went through a pandemic that really upended a lot of things, especially with employment. As I sort of alluded to during the beginning of the presentation, the forecast is used by a lot of entities. So our own staff actually use it for a lot of modeling exercises, modeling analysis. They go into things like our master plans, for example. So they do inform those types of decisions for planning purposes, and also again other entities, COG and the private sector. These are data that, once approved, will be publicly available. So they will be out there for people to use for, various different types of planning purposes.
I think my question
if I could-
is,
sorry, can I-
how can we use it in the best interest of Montgomery County citizens? So for me, information for the sake of information is not useful in making decisions. Like, we have this information. What I'm asking is, how can we use it to make well-informed decisions? So you're an information professional, right? A data collection and information. So you collect this data and you say to me, here's this data, right? And what I'm asking, the planning board makes decisions. How can we utilize this data and information to make well-informed decisions?
Carrie McCarthy for the Record Research Division Chief. The forecast is really intended to be a point-in-time landscape of where we think growth is going to happen in the county. It documents decisions past boards have made up to this point, and will be fed into the transportation modeling. So it's not a piece of information that board members really need to consult on sort of regular basis of saying, oh, I'm going to take out the forecast, unless you're kind of curious. But you will be seeing it embedded in a lot of the transportation modeling and other stuff that comes out.
Well, thank you. I also, Commissioner Bartley raised a good question. I think when you look at that growth of job growth, it seems like you're predicting that most of the job growth is going to happen around the I-270 corridor. I think that's a good prediction. The way the board, we should look at it is we're thinking, the 29 corridor, the White Oak, the eastern part of the county. We need to be sure that they get the same type of growth that because the way that in the past the the way that the master plan and the planning has been done is actually going up the I-270. Our decision should be, how can we change that? You know, we have all that information, and what do we need to do to kind of, you know, change that type of growth so that the eastern part of the county benefits more, you know, the White Oak, we're now looking at, this afternoon, we're gonna go to another part of the county. So, you know, how we can create some kind of a balanced growth. So in that sense, I think it's interesting data.
And if I can chime in again, so you will have a chance to impact that, which maybe gets your question. So Fairland Master Plan
Fairland
is going to come
and
up.
Briggs Cheney,
So right
yes.
now, because we're doing this as a point-in-time analysis, we don't account for any zoning changes that you may make with the Fairland Master Plan because we don't know what those are yet.
Yeah.
After that plan is passed, when we do 10-1, 10-2, you know, if there are changes, we'll make accordingly changes to the map.
Good, okay.
And you're gonna, and
Any
you're also
other
looking at,
question?
yeah, you're also, or this particular one, you're looking at absolute numbers, correct? So if you're starting from a low base, there's no way to make 37 dark because there's like 4 jobs there. So like a 25% increase would still have you be white on this, or a light beige, on this particular thing. So you're also looking at smaller and not, you know, these are not population, these are radically different populations from one TAS to the next. I mean, it's gonna
Yeah.
be, yeah.
And you see that in the Grosvenor which is a little bit easier to see in your
Yeah.
staff report, because it looks like there's like a ton of growth, and it's
Yeah.
like, because they're
It's-
building one building, they're having a little bit of retail.
And it's this big, yeah, yeah. That, you know, so there's, yeah. So the smaller it is and the more concentrated, it's gonna have an impact. It's as much a population as anything else. I didn't really have any, honestly, questions. I was gonna make a joke about why we didn't go to 3 decimal places if you were here for the earlier meeting in which we were out to the thousandth place. But like, only like 2 other people were here for that, that are here in this room right now. I wanted to look a little bit, dig in, on the share and the employment growth, or the employment share within the region. You were saying basically that that's as much a change in the region's growth in other sections of the region. So an expansion of the denominator as opposed to the numerator necessarily getting much smaller. Like we're expanding, Loudoun County is getting a lot more stuff than it used to have, that kind of thing, right? On this one?
Well, yeah, you're talking about the forecasted part or the
The decline and then the
decline.
forecasting out. We're gonna
I mean,
see
it's-
yeah.
It is actually, but I mean, I'd say
both.
the largest part of it is the as we see like the denominator
Mm-hmm.
declining. I think part of it also is our numerator
Is not
also
as-
growing a little bit with the realization that there is probably a capacity or a limit to that, but yes.
Yeah, within the thing, okay. I mean, we haven't drastically fallen off the cliff just
Right.
relative to the rest of the thing. Otherwise, other than that, I mean, I think the important piece is that we all start from a place where we know what is, and at least we're, all else being equal and everything were as it is for the next 30 years, you know, we could expect to be roughly around this area. So, yeah, no, I think it was a good presentation. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Sion had to go to another meeting, so he asked me to continue with this meeting. Do you guys need a motion for approval, or no? This is just a briefing?
This
for
is
the
an
chair?
informational
Okay.
briefing.
All right, well, thank you very much, and we look forward to any updates you have in the future.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute recess now. Good afternoon. Today is May 11th, 2023, and we're now reconvening the meeting, and we're going into item number 7, which is the Tuckerman Lane Sidewalk / Bikeway Project, Segment 1, and it's a mandatory referral. The number is MR 2023-007, and it's a public hearing. And the staff is recommending to transmit comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. And we will begin this meeting by asking the staff to do a presentation, followed by speakers, and then the applicants, who are mostly from DOT, who are here. So I'll turn it over to you guys.
Thank you. I'm going to kick it off. David Ansbacher for the record and at the Planning Department. So I just want to quickly introduce, you've seen Zach Dreyer before. He's been in more of a support role. This is his first presentation to the Planning Board, so we're very excited. We think he's done a great job with his review. Also, I just wanted to say, as we discussed the Amherst Avenue Bikeway project last week, that was a mandatory referral. As you know, it's the Planning Board's opportunity to provide comments on public projects. As we said last week, the comments are advisory, but at least with transportation projects, both Montgomery County DOT and the State Highway Administration tend to take them very seriously, so they're important. But I also wanted to take the time to sort of address the scope of the Planning Board's review. So by the time a transportation project gets to mandatory referral, it's usually already been vetted publicly in at least 3 ways. So first, most mandatory referral projects have been identified in the master plan. So the Tuckerman Lane project is a bikeway project that is recommended in the bicycle master plan that was reviewed by the Planning Board a number of years ago and then approved by the County Council. Second, the project has been included in the budget for a planning study by the County Council. And then third, MCDOT has conducted that planning study and has evaluated a few options for how to address the need, what we call alternatives, and so how to build the project. And this will result in the selection of a preferred alternative by the County Council, which usually occurs after input by the Planning Board, the public, the Council's T&E Committee. So all of that has occurred for this project, and by the time you get to mandatory referral. So the Planning Board's review of a transportation mandatory referral is focused on consistency with the master plan. Is the project addressing the intent of the master plan? And then achieving best practices in the design of the project. So that is what Zach is going to go through as part of his presentation.
And for the record, this is Steve Aldridge from Countywide Planning. I just wanted to add that mandatory referral takes place at the 35 or 30% design stage. It's considered the stage where substantial comments can be addressed. Much further along, the plan becomes much more solidified and becomes very expensive to make what some people might think are even minor changes. So it's really the perfect time to provide this comment. And in many cases, projects are funded through the council just up through this stage. Then they go back to the council for additional funding through full design. That's not the way it goes with every project, but a lot of projects are like that.
And in this stage, there is opportunity for the public to participate and give comments.
Yeah,
not only the Planning Board.
At this stage, again, the council has said we do want this project. We've selected the option that we want to move forward with. They might not yet have funded the project, and they might decide not to fund the project later on, but they have expressed their intent in how they would generally like to see the project conceived.
Okay, all right. Well, if that is the staff presentation, we're going to move on to. Oh, okay. No, all right. Go ahead.
That was an intro.
Okay, just an intro. Go ahead.
Okay. For the record, my name is Zach Dreyer with the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. With me today are Josh Penn from Up County Planning and Steve Aldrich, also from Countywide Planning and Policy Division. And then there's Angel Cheng from MCDOT. She's the project manager. She's with us virtually. And then Dan Sheridan to my right, also from MCDOT.
You mentioned someone's name I don't see on here. I think the first person you mentioned after your name?
Angel Cheng, Josh Penn.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see his name.
I'm the environmental reviewer on loan to CPP for a mandatory referral project. Since County does the region for this project, we loan out our environmental staff to them for their countywide regional projects. So I'm actually with County Planning, but I do provide the environmental support.
Okay.
Yes,
All right,
much
go ahead.
appreciated. All right, so good afternoon, members of the board. As we know, I'm going to walk you through segment 1 of the Tuckerman Lane Sidewalk and Bikeway project. And I'd like to start off by saying that this is a project that we really like. So today, we'll start with a presentation of the overview of the project, give some surrounding context around the project. Before that, we move on to review the design element and check over the master plan conformity. This will be followed by the historic preservation analysis, environmental analysis, and parkland impacts before we finish with a review of the recommendations and discussion. So these slides are actually from MCDOT, but we're going to skip over them for now. They may be referenced later. Okay, so I'm going to begin discussing segment 1 of the project. This project is divided into 2 phases, and its limits are between Falls Road and 7 Locks Road. As you can see on the map, Phase 1 is the blue section that is highlighted by the text bubbles pointing out its limits that are between Gainsborough Road and 380 feet west of Potomac Crest Drive. This is where a 6-foot wide sidewalk will go on the south side of Tuckerman Lane. The second phase, which is the red lines on the map, will install the rest of the sidewalk from Falls Road to Gainsborough Road on the south side, and then a 10-foot wide side path on the north side, and bicycle lanes the whole length of the project limits on both sides of the road. It will fill a long-standing need to improve east-west bicycle connectivity between Bethesda and Potomac, as well as fill sidewalk gaps and improve bicycling comfort for both on-road bicyclists and those that prefer a separated low-stress side path. So as I said before, we really like this project, and this graphic points out the 2 schools immediately on Tuckerman Lane, which will benefit greatly from the sidewalk and side path. That would be Herbert Hoover Middle and Winston Churchill High. There are additional schools in the neighborhoods connecting to Tuckerman Lane that will also benefit from this project and the increased connectivity it will bring. The project scope for segment 1 is 1.85 miles of road in a residential area that is heavily used by bicyclists. Montgomery Parks is also building the power line trail that will cross over Tuckerman Lane and provide additional connectivity in the area. And you can see that as the green trail line on this map. So again, this is a project we really like for all the connectivity it brings and increased safety for pedestrians that use all these public facilities in this area. The design of most of the elements meet our standards as set forth in the Complete Streets Design Guide. The side path on the north side, the sidewalk on the south side, and the bike lanes all meet our standards. The street buffer, however, fails to meet our standards in a few areas, and the posted speed limit is 35 miles per hour, but Tuckerman Lane is classified as an area connector, and the target speed should be 25 miles per hour. And this table is a closer look at the street buffers along Tuckerman Lane, and the streets are listed from west to east. The highlighted rows are those that are most in need of improvement based on our review. These highlighted rows will be discussed later on in the recommendations as candidate locations for the applicant to explore opportunities to widen the buffer, and they will be clearly shown on a map. As transportation planners, we have many tools to address issues and protected crossings are one way to address pedestrian safety at crossings. On this slide, we have the county code definition of a protected crossing and an example of one in the picture, which is a hawk beacon on Aspen Hill Road. With a hawk beacon, the flashing lights activate only once pressed and increase safety during crossings. This is a good example of a potential tool the applicant could implement along Tuckerman Lane to increase safety.
At this point in time, you're not recommending any protected crossings?
We will come to that
specifically
shortly. That was
later
more
on?
an example to illustrate what a protected crossing looks like, and we'll move into that discussion soon.
Where was that photo of that protected crossing? Look at it.
That was on Aspen Hill Road. Exactly. So the Complete Streets Design Guide recommends protected crossing spacing to be between 600 and 1,200 feet for area connectors. Currently, there exists 3 protected crossings on Tuckerman Lane. They are highlighted on the map, and they are at Falls Road, Gainsborough Road, and Seven Locks Road. These are traffic signals that are separated by approximately 5,800 feet and 3,900 feet. There are no specific recommendations to reduce these spacings in the project. Tuckerman Lane is an area connector per the Complete Streets Design Guide, and the Bicycle Master Plan calls for a side path along the north side and bike lanes along both sides of the road. Thus, we have no issues with the master plan conformity here. And then here is an image of the master plan of highways and transitways, and we can see that Tuckerman Lane is an area connector. It is the dark highlighted lane in the middle of this map. And similarly, here is a screenshot of the Bicycle Master Plan interactive map, which calls for both separated bikeways and a side path, which you can also see in this screenshot of our interactive map.
And I'm just going to interrupt for a second. There are a few places in the county where during the Bicycle Master Plan, it was determined that it was important enough to provide both the on-street and the off-street bicycle accommodations, and Tuckerman was one of those roads.
There are no sites or districts located or listed on the master plan for historic preservation or the locational atlas in the project area. And no sites listed on the National Register for historic places, nor any sites determined to be eligible for listing on the National Register are within the project area. Now I will let Josh Penn of Up County Planning talk about the environmental analysis.
Good afternoon. Josh Penn for the record with Up County Planning. I did the environmental review for the project. The project is exempt from Forest Conservation Article 2 under 22A5E, which is the state or county highway provision. However, with that, there's also a tree save plan under 22A9 that says the applicant must reduce and minimize the impacts to forest and specimen trees. Can you go to the next slide, please? With that, the applicant did submit a tree save plan, and they did reduce all the impacts to the environmental features, forest, as much as they could while maintaining the goal of the project. What we did come up with is that there is a fair number of large and specimen trees that are impacted or removed with the project. And we came up with a mitigation ratio, which is a standard mitigation ratio of 1/4 inch of DBH for every 1 inch removed. So it means if you remove 4 inches of tree, place 1 inch of tree. And that is the number that you see in the staff report and also on the screen in front of you. This portion is part of the Chapter 22A, which is regulatory in nature. So if you disagree with the mitigation or you want to increase or decrease the mitigation, you absolutely could as part of this, and that would be binding regulatorily under Chapter 22A on the applicant. But staff is satisfied with this mitigation ratio, which is the standard board policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Josh. There are no impacts to public parkland or land owned by MNC PPC.
The one thing, Steve Aldridge for the record, one thing I will mention is that there is an active Montgomery Parks project that's ongoing. Kyle Lucas and, is it Michael Zalaski in the Parks Department are working on that project, and at some point they will likely come before you with that project. That really started out as the Pepco Trail many, many years ago, and we're now at the point where it's actually a park project. And so that is proposed as natural and hard surface on, not sure on this section whether it's going to be both, but you'll hear more later. Our concern mostly is not on parkland property, it's what happens where the trail crosses Tuckerman Lane, and that will sort of go to some of our recommendations.
Now on to recommendations. First, we recommend reducing the posted speed limit to match the 25-mile-per-hour target speed for area connectors. If this target speed is not achievable, then consider additional traffic calming measures specified in Section 49-30 of the County Code to achieve the target speed. We believe that design as proposed will kind of naturally help achieve conditions that favor a road that is 25 miles per hour. Next, there are 5 locations we believe should be considered for opportunities to widen the street buffer. 3 are on the north side and 2 are on the south side. On the map, we can see that 4 of these segments are to the west of the middle school, and the last segment is by the power line trail towards the end of the project scope. The small buffer in these areas can contribute to an uncomfortable and stressful experience for users of either the side path on the north side or the sidewalk on the south side. Some options to consider might be to remove or reduce on-street parking or move the side path to accommodate additional buffer. And I just want to quickly jump back. This is that referencing that table. These are those 5 highlighted sections where we noticed the buffer was deficient, and we wanted to point those out on the map that you can see here as A, B, C, D, and E.
And I'm just going to add in, I know that the applicant could tell you a lot about some of the conversations through their public process with the citizens about on-street parking and the need for on-street parking. But in addition, when you look at the design plans, you'll also find that where we have these locations and we'd like to have more of a buffer space, a lot of times there are very mature trees that are just in the path of where we would move the side path in order to achieve that. And there's also a line of power poles, which would then significantly add to the cost to relocate those power poles. So instead of having a specific recommendation in this case, we just said, please look at this again in more detail, because we realize there's a bunch of trade-offs. And our job is not to judge those trade-offs, especially in this situation, but ask that the applicant look at these a lot more carefully to determine, do they really need parking, or could they do something slightly to make, the buffers a little better.
And these trees are in county-owned land, no? I mean, there's no individual property owners that are going to be affected?
My guess is that most of them are within the right-of-way.
Yeah, within the right-of-way, yeah.
But, I think the problem with saving a tree, which Josh could talk about more, is that if you build a side path on top of the tree roots, you impact the ability of that tree to survive.
Yeah.
So, it would likely, just pushing a side path by 5-6 feet would likely impact a lot of very mature trees. So, that's a pretty tough decision to take. And so, I think that's, as DOT advances their study, we'd like for them to look at that much more carefully in these 5 sections.
Next, we recommend adding protected crossings at the yellow circles you can see on the map to the right. And by doing so, the project will come much closer to the spacings recommended by the Complete Streets Design Guide. These crossings are at Duria and Toulon on the left side of the map, and the third circle on the right side of the map that intersects with the Green Power Line Trail project is where we recommend coordinating with Montgomery Parks to install a protected crossing with the Power Line Trail project. The proposed spacing numbers you see on the map won't meet our standards, but it is significant progress. And if this is not feasible, an alternative would be to install circular flashing beacons or rectangular rapid flashing beacons.
The protected crossings in any way linked to where the schools are or where there's any, like, I don't know, commercial areas? Or is it areas where people usually, need to cross for some reason or other?
Yes. Most of this area is residential, and so it does connect to major connections from one neighborhood on one side of a street to another. One of the challenges in this environment is most neighborhoods in this area don't have sidewalks. So people are walking in their street, and then they get out to Tuckerman Lane, and we'd like to be able to get them to use the facilities and to get across the street safely. So picking a few places where that could be done and where it makes the most sense, certainly near the schools, and then near some of the major neighborhoods as well. It would be nice if we could do more, but I think, we were trying to balance that, because I think in general, as traffic engineers, the application of traffic control devices, it's a very serious matter. You don't want to overuse it. You have to actually kind of respect the importance of traffic control and use it judiciously.
So right now, we're discussing the comments you're planning to give to MCDOT. And you've already discussed some of those comments with them. So they are, receptive to them in a way. I suppose. No? Yes.
Well, I think we can have a conversation with, with the project manager, Angel, and with Dan Sheridan afterwards. And that's always a great opportunity to hear from our partners from Rockville or Gaithersburg.
Well, I don't think that MCDOT in principle is opposed to any of this, but there's trade-offs. And I think that's where the challenge is, trade-offs in property impacts, costs, and other things.
Okay, but there are no surprises. I mean, they've seen them or,
Right.
some
And-
trade-offs,
And Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning, for the record. And just in generally for these mandatory referrals, we try to communicate throughout the projects with MCDOT staff. And so in this particular case, some of these may or may not have been discussed at times, but it's still always good for us officially on the record to bring these ideas, these recommendations to the board for the board to officially transmit them to. So, but in some cases, sometimes we'll bring a mandatory referral. We'll say MCDOT is, or whoever the applicant might be, has already addressed this. Or in other cases, it might be something new that we haven't conveyed to them before. So it'll really vary.
All right, go.
All right, moving on. Our final recommendations are to add a crosswalk at Deborah Drive in order to facilitate neighborhood connections. That's a four-way intersection. And then wherever possible, staff recommends that directional ramps be used to align ramps and crosswalks like those seen in the picture here. We recommend installing curb ramps and painted crosswalks at all intersections in compliance with ADA standards. And we recommend providing curb ramps and high-visibility crosswalks along all intersections for the sidewalk and side path according to ADA standards.
And I will add just that the plans that we reviewed, in general, many of the locations actually do provide all of these recommendations. But I think with some of our follow-up recommendations for providing protected crossings, we're asking them to not just cross along Tuckerman, but to provide better crossings across Tuckerman, which makes the intersection and the crosswalks and how the curb ramps work very important.
All right, and the recommended motion is that the board transmit comments to the mandatory referral applicant, MCDOT, consistent with the comments contained in the planning staff report. And with that, I open it up to discussion and questions.
I had a quick question.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, just to clarify, the power line crossing, is it about Deborah Drive, is that right? Is that going to be about where, I'm sorry, I'm trying to translate from one map to another, so I'm just.
Exactly,
It's,
yeah. If
that's
you-
about at the Deborah.
Yeah, if you look at this map where that yellow dot is intersecting the Green Power Line Trail project, Deborah is the small street right next to
It's the
it,
one
to the right.
So it's going to come slightly over to the side.
Yeah.
Okay, that's, I'm making sure I'm in the right.
Yeah,
right
I
spot.
know that when DOT was initially looking at the Pepco Trail, as it was called back then, that was a big question. Do we cross them at an existing signal or do we cross them at the trail? And I think also at that time, Montgomery Parks was doing a countywide trails plan, and they were looking at Vision Zero and safety aspects, and I think the decision was made to cross at the trail.
At the trail,
Yeah.
not direct everybody back up and
Right.
around on the thing. Okay, and I like the proposed. Just to go back on this map, I like the proposed crossings. I think it's good to have that one right in front of the middle school, and I think that's good. I have no problems with any of the comments to transmit.
You have a comment? Yeah, I like the plan, and it's important that you are building these lanes, especially since it's currently heavily used by bicyclists. I think you point that out. I do have 3 questions, and the first is, will any lanes be taken away? Driving lanes?
No, they will not. Currently, today, the road is 2 lanes with pretty wide shoulders. And actually, I think for bicyclists, this project was probably initially a concern because some on-road bicyclists, they like riding in wide shoulders. But those shoulders are often, especially around the high school and middle school, taken up by parked cars, and then it becomes more problematic because then the bikes have to go out into the street. So the idea of having a consistent on-road facility, I think provides probably an overall, more continuous and more consistent cross-section. So that's that, and I think that, the project does transition as you get over 7 locks to the intersection, so it does widen out to 4 lanes at that point.
Then the other question, I don't know if you'll be able to answer it, but during the pedestrian master plan presentation, they talked about equity in places that needed sidewalks as opposed to places that where the general public were asking for sidewalks. Is this plan equitable with regards to bike lanes, taking into consideration the socioeconomic status and diversity of the community? And if so, why?
All right. Well, that's a difficult question. This project is in the Cabin John area of Potomac, Maryland. It is not in an equity focus area. This project has also been in the county's planning and CIP process for quite a while. But in terms of will this project address current needs? Certainly on the bicycle side, I would say definitely yes. And with the presence of the middle school and high school, I think sidewalks are needed as well. There are many other places in the county where you could say the same thing, and many of those places are in equity focus areas. So whether those other areas would deserve it to a greater degree, I can't speak to, probably from an equity perspective, but that's not what we're trying to address as part of this mandatory referral. We're simply reviewing a project that the county DOT is advancing.
So I can chime in here. So it's a good question. I think when you look at the investments that are being made, we need to look at investments throughout the county. There's certainly many areas in the county that are not designated by the department as equity focus areas. This is one of them. However, at the same time, MCDOT has projects in the eastern part of the county along some of the Purple Line stations, around the Pine Branch Road, the Long Branch, and the Tacoma Langley stations. Those are also projects that are underway right now that I think you'll be seeing in the coming months and years. So while this project is not in an equity focus area, there's certainly many projects that are.
Well, the reason why I was asking about equity is twofold. It's already currently heavily used by bicyclists. And then, looking through the lens of Thrive 2050, I find it interesting that equity wasn't considered. And then when we look at equity and the fact that this area is already currently heavily used by bicyclists, wouldn't it be in the best interests of Thrive 2050 to construct such lanes in a place where the areas are not currently heavily used by bicyclists?
Potentially, and actually, one thing I will mention is that one of my responsibilities for the planning board is that I lead overall reviews of the capital improvement program for transportation projects. And every 2 years, I come before the board and present a proposed evaluation where we come up with essentially a top 100 list. And we usually prioritize projects across the county. And we also do it sort of individually by mode. And we try to include an equity and a Vision Zero focus to both, to that review. One of the things that we're going to be coming back to hopefully in July to do that review. And as part of that, we're hoping to use some of the equity tools developed through the pedestrian master plan to get a better focus on how to prioritize projects by type, so that we can, say what's the best sidewalk project to do. Let's look at it from an equity and a Vision Zero perspective. What are the sidewalk projects that should go to the top, et cetera? The same for bicycle projects as well. And so that, we can look at that in more detail when we come back from an overall perspective. That priority list, once voted by this board, is then used certainly to inform recommendations made to the council, and the council also views that with interest. What are the planning board priorities for projects that they want to see advanced, and for what reason?
Okay, I'd like to make an echo to what Commissioner Bartley said. I think in the future, it might be a good idea when you present, not to present an isolated project like this one, but to give us a good perspective about what other plans for bicycling, bike and pedestrian plans are, because that way we don't see it, totally isolated. The second, it's when we think about other equity areas, really, there is a need for biking. It's not for recreational or leisure or exercise. It's more that people need to get somewhere to their job by bicycle. I mean, that may be an option. Maybe people do not use bicycles now, but if they had a bike lane, maybe they would consider, biking to work or biking to whatever, to their grocery stores or whichever. So, don't only look at the demand or the use of biking. I'm sure that there's a lot of bikers in this area that do it for recreational purposes. But in equity areas, I think it's more of a need for biking as an inexpensive way to get to where they want to go. But anyway, we can, are you done with your presentation? Okay, so we have.
May I jump in one more question? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to,
Commissioner
I had
Bartley.
made a note and then I realized I didn't ask about it. What's the plan for, and I was looking through, what's the plan for when you come into the bus stops and the other transit options with the side paths and everything? Because I think it's one of the 30 buses. I don't remember which one runs along Tuckerman, but there's another several bus stops along there.
So as we review the plans, if we see transportation or, neighborhood connection items that we think need to be improved, we certainly can make the recommendation. So, and For projects that are along transit-heavy corridors, a lot of times we will look specifically at, are there, sidewalk connections to the bus stops, and they are, can they or should they be incorporated into the design? Here, this, what isn't quite that kind of corridor.
Okay.
But we typically do that.
Okay. I was wondering for along the line, you've got side paths going that's fairly wide at that point. I mean, I don't know if there's an option to make there to be, a concrete base there for something in the future, a bus stop, something along those lines. But just, I was curious. You didn't see it in the plan, so.
Okay, so unless there's more questions, I think we can ask, we have maybe one, maybe two people on teams. Is Mr. Finkelstein on the line?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. You are an adjacent property owner, so you have 3 minutes to testify.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I will take less than that. Thank you to the staff for a great presentation. I think they've accurately presented the project. I wanted to voice my support for the project. I live on Shad Lane, and I think this road is dangerously under-engineered for its current use. I think the bike lane will, and the pedestrian improvements will really improve safety going from the schools, particularly kids walking from the schools to Cabin John. And I urge the board to support the project. With regards to the proposed recommendations, I did want to make some comments and have some things for the board to consider. I agree with the staff's comments that there need to be more protected crossings. I think they've identified some great places for them with respect to the schools. You might also consider a crossing at Long Pine Trail adjacent to the high school. There's an entrance to the high school fields where children like to cross, and that might be a good place for a protected crossing. I also like the idea of a protected crossing at Deborah Lane. That's a particularly dangerous intersection now. It does seem like it's going to be a bit of a mess with the crossing there, and then a second crossing very close to it with the trail, and I'm hopeful that those two crossings can be aligned properly, but I agree it's a difficult engineering problem and not that someone with my background would be able to solve. I also appreciate the request to preserve trees. There's some lovely ornamental trees near the middle school that I hope can be preserved. But in general, I do support this project, and I hope that the board will make its recommendation as well. Actually, I also wanted to mention, I know there are concerns about street buffers. I think a lot of that was in response to concerns from adjacent property owners, not myself, but others that I know who were interested in keeping some more of their lawn. I don't have a view on that, although I will say that one potential solution, I know that we're talking about a road with protected bike lanes, a side path, and a sidewalk. It may be the case in some cases that only a side path or only a sidewalk might be needed. But again, I don't know what the engineering standard is in that area, and so I wouldn't purport to make a recommendation. Thank you so much for the time and for your careful consideration of this project. I hope you'll support this project both now and on future phases as Tuckerman improvements push through all the way to Grover Metro Station.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Finkelstein. We'll take that into consideration. And I'm wondering whether Seth Grimes is on Teams. He asked to testify, but he may have not decided not. Is Mr. Grimes here? No, he's not. Okay. All right. So right now, I think, do we hear from DOT now, or is there any?
If DOT wants to say anything, or if you have specific
Yeah,
questions.
do you want to say anything about?
The one thing I wanted to add is that in the staff report, there was some comments, I think one comment submitted. So just for the record on that.
Okay.
I want to see if we had any response or comment, or if DOT did, to the recommended protected crossing that was just suggested.
From the speaker, yeah.
Yeah.
This is Dan Sheridan with NCDOT. Your question is, do we have a response to the recent, we'll have to look into the suggested crossings. We will we'll take them seriously. We will go back with we have a division of transportation engineering operations. We'll get with them and some of the points that Steve brought out, and Mr. Finkelstein as well, like the two crossings very close to each other, how can they be combined or adequately designed at close? So we can consider all of those in our final design.
So commissioners, if you wanted to add additional comments in the transmittal letter to MCDOT, you could. I would agree with Dan that the crossing of Deborah Drive and the trail are very close together, so those should be looked at together. But you could also add I'm not actually sure what the Long Pine Trail is, but that's something that you could also add.
It's about halfway between Gainsborough and one of the other crossings, it looks
Okay,
like.
so that would be a reasonable one to add.
Yeah, I would recommend putting that in our comments for at least studying the
consider.
Long Pine Trail, just from my own knowledge of kids darting across roadways, where there's potential for darting
That is
across roadways.
that is the section, I believe, that we're looking at, a 2,300-foot
It looks
gap.
like that's right, it would
And
be
so
right in that large stretch,
It
yeah.
potentially could split that in half, which would be great.
Okay.
Angel, would you like to add anything? Angel Cheng is our project manager and heavily involved in this design.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
For the record, my name is Angel Chang. I'm MCDOT. Just want to thank all the commissioners who are reviewing this project and the staff who worked so hard on looking through the project and analyze the project. And like what Steve have mentioned earlier, this project has been in our planning queue for quite some time. So we're excited to see to at least this piece to finally make it to mandatory referral. I just want to echo one piece that can you go to the slides in the beginning? I just want to highlight the overall Tuckerman Lane project. Couple more. Yeah, this one. So the Tuckerman Lane sidewalk bikeway project is actually the whole project limit is from Falls Road all the way to Old Georgetown Road. And so today we're actually only looking at one piece of a very, very large project. And it was the decision from our county council to segmentize this project due to, different characteristic of different stretch on Tuckerman Lane, but also budget constraint. And so we prioritize this segment between Falls Road to Seven Locks Road, largely because of the presence of schools, middle school, high school, and there's also a couple of private school and other facilities that are heavily used by students and as access to the Kevin John Shopping Center also. And so we really believe that this project is needed, and we're excited to see that, the planning board is also in supportive of this project. So thank you. And we're hopeful to continue to move forward with the rest of the project. And so hopefully we'll get to present it to you in the near future for the rest of the Tuckerman Lane project. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And this first part will go from Falls Road to Seven Locks. Then the next, that's phase 1 and phase 2. Then the next one will be from Seven Locks to Old Georgetown. Is that correct?
So there are three more segments that we're looking at. So technically segment 2 is between Seven Locks to Angus Place, which is the entrance to the Kevin John Shopping Center. And then there is another piece from Angus Place to Whisperwood Lane, which is largely connection to the Kevin John Regional Park. Okay. And then from Whisperwood to Old Georgetown Road is another piece for residential area for the project. So.
Okay, but you have the budget to do the part that goes from Falls Road to Seven Locks right now.
Yes. So if you can fast forward the slides to slide, I think it's 9. Mm-hmm. 2 more. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. So this project has been included in the FY23-28 approved CIP project. Yeah. It is funding is available for design and construction in FY27, as Zach mentioned earlier, for the phase 1 of segment 1. So it's the sidewalk piece between Gainsborough Road to Cedar Ridge Drive. And then funding will also be available in FY27 for the rest of the everything else that we talked about today for segment 1, starting in FY27 for final design. And construction funding will be available beyond 6 years. So that's based on the current latest approved CIP budget for FY23-28.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well, anybody else has any questions for the speakers or the staff?
So
If not-
just for clarification, would it be the board's decision to add the recommendation to add those 2 locations?
I think, well, if you
Yeah.
want to make a recommendation, yeah. Yeah, we'll make the recommendation to consider adding those 2 locations. I mean, it's going to have to be an engineering study, whether they make sense. So anyway, so do I hear a motion for submitting the comments to the Montgomery County DOT as they are right now with those 2 recommendations?
Yeah. I move that we transmit the comments on the project to the Montgomery County DOT with the conditions in there and then our additional comments from today.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I second.
All right, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I don't think we have Ms. Peroim on the line. So anyway, it's 3-0, so you got the go-ahead to submit the comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye. Okay, I think that finishes our meeting, so let's make a motion to adjourn.
I will enthusiastically move that we adjourn.
I second.
Okay, all right. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 We're adjourned. Thank you very much. Bye.